Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors and officials. Please, can we sit down so that we see if we form a quorum for us to start our meeting? Can you check the quorum, Queen? Queen. Queen. Check the quorum. Can you ring the bell once more? Thank you very much. Can we then now proceed? We are a quorum. We are a quorum. Honorable alderwomen, aldermen, and councillors, due notice was given of this council meeting. We are a quorum, and I therefore declare this meeting duly constituted. I trust that you have all signed the attendance register for this meeting. Kindly note that it is of critical importance that you sign the attendance register. If you do not sign the attendance register, you will be marked as absent from the meeting in the minutes. May we now begin with our continuation council meeting by observing a moment of silence and prayer and meditation, please. Thank you very much. The Worship Executive Mayor, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Kekan and his entourage, Honorable Chief Maklang and his entourage, members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of the Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and public. I welcome you all to this continuation council meeting. Honorable councillors, for the purpose of informing council in as far as leave of absence for the councillors from the council meeting is concerned, I will now call on the Chief Whip of Council to present to council the approved leave of absence of councillors. Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've approved the following councillor have been approved in line with the city process in inquiring leave of absence. I've got Alderman Seabrink, DA Family Responsibility Leave, Councillor 8 Norki, DA Vacation Leave, Councillor D. Twala, DA Vacation Leave, Councillor B. Chapman, DA Party Commitments, Councillor M. Dubert, FF Plus, Family Responsibility Leave, Councillor W. Jacobs, FF Plus, Family Responsibility Leave, Councillor N.P. Munesi, EFF, Medical Condition, Councillor Witimelo Raswa, EFF, Medical Condition, Councillor T.G. Sebotane, Action SA, Sick Leave, Councillor Elesh, DA Sick Leave. Speaker, I've got councillors who arranged to arrive late. Councillor M. Surgeon, FF Plus, 12 o'clock. Councillor J. Page, DA, 12 o'clock. Councillor S. Delaray, DA, 12 o'clock. Speaker, I've got councillors requested to leave early. Councillor M. Erasmus, FF Plus, 16 hour. Councillor DMS, FF Plus, 18 hour. Councillor J. van der Pey, FF Plus, 14 hour. Councillor BHJ, Erasmus, FF Plus, 16 hour. Councillor Francis Buchielo, ANC, 13 hour. Councillor Eugene Mudise, ANC, 13 hour. Thank you, Speaker. That is my submission.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Official notice, there are none. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. The Executive Mayor has asked for an apology. She will be arriving in a few minutes. It's just held up in the office now.
No dates.
Thank you.
Chairperson. Councillor Ace. Oh, okay. Sorry, Councillor Ace. Can I take the Chief Whip first? Chief Whip.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. I think each and every apology must come to my office through me.
Thank you very much. That is clear, loud and clear. Councillor Ace.
Incoming MMC.
Okay, Speaker, I just want to confirm there was also leave submitted for Councillors Chapman and Siobhan Miller, and I didn't hear them being read. So if we can just make a note of them, the leave forms were submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll leave that to the hands of the Chief Whip to look at it. Unopposed proposal by the Speaker and other proposals allowed by the Speaker. I've got only one, which is I would like to give a 5 to 10 minutes Chief Whip with all whips of the political party before we start the meeting. Can we all meet in front of the podium? Thank you. Chief Whips of all political parties.
No, man, my apology, Honorable Speaker, because there is other page I didn't see it for number 18, P Mayor from FF Plus, LJ Van Rensbeck FF Plus, CF Net FF Plus, DP The Brain Action SA, and E Mutubazi EFF Plus. 16 out. Thanks. FF, yeah, EFF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then, the Chief Whips, proceed to the front of the podium, please? Thank you very much, councillors. We have found each other as chief whips and the speaker. Can I then grant the 5 minutes to all chief whips to speak to their caucuses? Please, 5 minutes, then we resume the meeting. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we resume our meeting? Let us resume the meeting, councillors. Your time is up. Councillors, your time is up. Can you take your seats so that we resume the meeting? Caucus of the ANC and the EFF, can we resume the meeting? MMC Morodi, can you please approach me? Thank you very much. Let us take our seats so that we can continue with the meeting. And I believe that all caucuses has addressed their councillors. So then let's move on. Honorable councillors, during our council meeting on the 29th January 2026, before the meeting could adjourn, we were in the process of considering all agent reports as identified by the Bursary, and therefore proceed with all outstanding reports from the mayoral committee as presented by the executive mayor. Honorable councillors, please also note that the in-committee minutes of 27 November 2025 held in abeyance during the council meeting on 29 January 2026 should be dealt with later during the council meeting. Let us now proceed with our agenda. Item number 4, reference number 91557/1, Customer Relations Management Department, Customer Care Policy. Page 84 to page 109, recommendation on page 94. On this item, I've got Councillor Palwane from ANC and Councillor J. Ace from the DA, ANC. Councillor Palwane, please press your mic. Press it once, Councillor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you very much. Councillor J. Ace from the DA, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This report shows the disregard that the current government has for the residents of Tshwane. When the policy was started to be relooked at, the purpose of it was to bring customer care closer to the people of Tshwane, to ensure that we have got customer care centres where all of your needs can be addressed, and to ensure that in the outer corners of the city, we can bring customer care closer to the people. Now, for a government that claims that they care for the people in townships, this report does not show that. This report that shows that somebody needs to use their last little bit of money to actually make their way into a city of Tshwane, inner city, in order to apply for POP and to get those benefits. This report also ridiculously and almost laughingly sets out 2 full pages of responsibility onto the residents of this city, while the responsibility towards customer care and the customer care agents is less than half a page. This policy is a disgrace, and the DA will be making very, very comprehensive inputs into it during the public participation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Muluisani from the EFF.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Atabate from the Action SA.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pesco from FF+. Thank you very much. Councillor Williams Moses from PA. Press your mic, ma'am.
Check mic. Right. Speaker, I wanted to waive, but then I changed my mind. Right, so under this customer care policy, we need to make it clear that we are not doing a favor to our communities. It is a constitutional right. In section 152 of the Constitution, it demands that local government must encourage the involvement of communities in the affairs of the municipality. The Municipal Systems Act Chapter 4 does not suggest participation, it commands it. Our people are tired of calling helplines that never answer. They are tired of logging complaints that disappear into systems. They are tired of being treated like numbers instead of human beings. Whether it is broken pipe systems in Mamelodi, electricity outages in Soshanguve, billing chaos in Atteridgeville, or waste not collected in informal settlements, the city, the cry is the same. The municipality does not listen to us. That is why, don't say yes because you're also a part of the problem. That is why the customer care policy must be written behind closed doors. It must be written in community halls, in ward meetings, in townships, in suburbs, and in informal settlements where the real pain of poor service delivery is felt. The Batupile principles tell us people first, not systems first, not bureaucracy first, people first. And our IDP plan is supposed to be a contract with our communities, committing the city to accountability, transparency, and improved services. Without community participation, that contract becomes meaningless words on paper. Honorable members, approving this public participation process is choosing democracy over distance. It is choosing accountability over excuses. It is choosing people over comfort. When communities help shape our complaints are handled, feedback is given, and our services are monitored, we create a municipality that serves, not one that hides. This process will empower mothers who spend days chasing water issues, youth who report outages with no response, elderly residents struggling with billing errors, informal settlement families who feel forgotten. This is about dignity. This is about justice in service delivery. This is about
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was the last speaker on this item, the Executive Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't want us to close this report with the misinformation that Councillor Ace has presented to this Council. Firstly, Speaker, ask yourself, why is this city only approved the customer care policy in 2026? Who was governing all along? Yeah. So we are busy correcting the nonsense that this government was not doing here. And now she comes to mislead the people of Tshwane. That's the first thing, Speaker. Ask yourself, why is a customer care policy for a municipality that was established in 2000 is only approved in 2026? Secondly, Speaker, we have approved a strategy. We have a strategy on how we deal with customer care in this city. We have established mega centers to optimize the customer care centers that we have. We have optimized, Speaker, and even went to as far as to accommodate through satellite customer care centers. We even have a policy, Speaker, where there are even agents that work from home. There's a policy to accommodate that. We did not stop there, Speaker. We have diversified how we deal with our customers. It's not only those that go to customer care centers that we deal with. We have established WhatsApp channels, a very basic thing that the previous mayor did not think of, or the previous mayor did not think of. The second thing, Speaker, we have now an eTshwane app. We are not only optimizing on the physical spaces that we have, Speaker. we are also going digital because that's where most of our customers are. So I don't want any customers, especially part of the administration, that made sure that the Winterfeld Customer Care Center was closed down. That in Block A, that the Customer Care Center was closed down. That for years, Region 5 and Region 7 could not access customer care centers because of ICT problems. I don't want people to come here and say things that are convenient as if we have forgotten their failures. I just wanted to correct that, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the Executive Mayor, that was the closure of the report. As recommended, let's move to item 5, reference number 65972/2, and Group Property Department proposed transfer of PTN 258, PTN 259, PTN 260, and remainder of ERF 1162, Suderberg, to the Gauteng Provincial Government for human settlement purposes. This report is on page 110 to 145, recommendations on 123. And on this item, I've got Councillor R.S. Sitole from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
The transfer of portion 259, 259 and 260 and the remainder of ERF 1162 Cederberg to Gauteng Provincial Government for a human settlement purpose by the City of Tshwane will aim to accelerate the delivery of sustainable integrated housing, reduce backlog and urban development. Speaker, as a Section 14(16) of Municipal Finance Management Act 1656 of 2023 and regulations of 20(d) of the Municipality Assets Transfer Regulation and the Gauteng Provincial Government for Human Settlement meets the legal and regulations requirements for the City of Transfer Cederberg Township, also known as the Lissalbon Phase 2 project for First Home Finance Unit. The development by the Gauteng Provincial Government for Human Settlement will bridge the gap into the property market for the city residents who earn income of between 3,501 and 22,000 per month, an opportunity to affordable first-time home owners. Most of Speaker, the transfer will refer the municipality to the financial burdens of housing.
Sorry, councillors, members of the EFF, can we have one meeting, please? Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. The transfer will refer to the municipality and the financial burdens to housing development, as all costs will be shifted to the Gauteng Provincial Government for human settlement, who will ensure that the project meets national standards for quality, sustainable and social integrated. It is essential that the accounting officer is authorized to the issues of special power of attorney to the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement to enable the department and its representative to lodge land use application and development plans to develop the land of human settlement. Speaker, in conclusion of the report, the ANC support the approval of the transport portion, or transfer the portion 259, 258 and 269 and 260 of the transfer of ERF 1162 Cederberg to Gauteng Provincial Government for human settlement purpose. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Nkapo from the DA, your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today the DA welcomes the tabling of the report titled Proposed Transfer of Portion 258, 259, 260 and the remainder of ERF 1162 Cederberg to the Gauteng Provincial Government for Human Settlements. Colleagues, housing remains one of the most urgent and powerful tools we have to restore dignity, create opportunity, and break the patterns of spatial inequality that still affect our communities. The item before us represents not just the transfer of land, but a commitment to ensure that well-located, viable land serves the people who need it the most. From a DA policy perspective, the responsible use of municipal assets must always achieve three outcomes: clean governance, public value, and long-term sustainability. We welcome the intent behind this proposal to unlock land for human settlement in an area that can support integrated and sustainable communities. For far too long, many communities have remained on waiting lists or trapped in informal settlements without proper services. A well-planned human settlement brings people closer to jobs, transport corridors, education, and economic activity. This aligns with DA policy commitments to building opportunity-rich, integrated neighborhoods rather than perpetuating the old module of distant, disconnected housing projects. However, it is equally important that this transfer be matched by strict oversight and accountability. The provincial government must ensure that the housing department plans are credible, properly resourced, and implemented within reasonable timelines. We cannot afford land transfers that result in stalled projects or underserviced communities. Our residents deserve developments that include water, sanitation, electricity, roads, schools, health facilities, and recreation spaces, not just houses, but complete and sustainable neighborhoods. In welcoming this report, we underscore the DA's long-standing emphasis on value for communities and responsible stewardship of public assets. The land being transferred is not simply property, it is a public resource. Its use must advance the well-being of residents and stimulate local development and support an inclusive and functional urban environment. Speaker, this item reflects an important step in addressing both the housing backlog and the spatial challenges we continue to face. We support this report while arguing the maintenance of the highest standards of accountability to ensure that the people ultimately benefit from the development that will follow. The DA welcomes the tabling of this item.
Thank you very much. Can I call then Councillor Matala from the EFF? Your 3 minutes starts now. Press once, say.
Thank you, Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters support the report seeking council approval to transfer portion 258, 259, 260 and the remainder of R1162 in Cederberg Township to the Gauteng Provincial Government, and to authorize the accounting officer to issue a special power of attorney to enable the Department of Human Settlement to submit land use application and development plans. The transfer is intended to facilitate the development of first home finance units for the first-time homeowners in the so-called gap market household earning between 3,500 and 22,000 per month, who are often excluded from both fully subsidized housing and conventional bond finance. By providing subsidized to reduce loan amounts and make repayments affordable, this project directly advances the constitutional right to access adequate houses. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcomes that the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement will appoint a service provider that develop the property and transfer them directly to qualifying beneficiaries. We further note that the land will be subdivided, developed, and registered in the names of beneficiaries, which will also enable the city to collect municipal revenue through service charges, rates, and utility, strengthening the long-term sustainability of the area. Speaker, we agree with the Group Property Department that transferring the property to the provincial government simplifies administration, gives the implementing department full control of development, and ensure efficient delivery to beneficiary in line with the municipal asset transfer regulations. The approach serves both the state and the local community by promoting sustainable, affordable home ownership. We also note positively that stakeholders department support the proposed transfer, citing its potential to reduce the housing backlog, create local empowerment opportunities, enhance municipal revenue, and contribute to social development and community safety. However, the EFF stresses that delivery must be accompanied by transparency, proper community engagement, and strict compliance with municipal planning, building environmental, health, safety requirements. Residents must be kept informed through the process, and local workers and small business must be prioritized so that the economic benefits of this development remain in the.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then have Councillor Matrou, is it Matrou or Matrou? Yeah, Matrou from the Action SA. Press the mic and talk to me, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor Jubek from FF Plus? Thank you. As recommended. Okay, councillors, before I move to the next item, there in the foyer, there will be a table. When the table is there, the deputy chief will let me know. If you remember, there is a message that was sent to all councillors to bring their laptops today for assets verification. So they are just going to scan to make sure that the laptop that you have is still yours. So once that table is set, the deputy chief will let me know, then we can start going there peacefully, so one by one, while we are continuing with the meeting. Thank you so much. Let's move to item 6, reference number 18448/2, Road and Transport Department, request to write off capital assets under construction categorized as design with no budget plan for the current fiscal year, and the designs that are not feasible anymore. This report is on page 146 to 232. Recommendations are on 179. And on this item, I've got Councillor Pasha from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to the House. Speaker, this report seeks road approval of the City Council to write off capital asset currently under construction. This project, Speaker, though initiated with good intent, faces significant challenges such as budget constraints, Speaker. You will agree with us, and insufficient funding for completion of this current fiscal year. Leaving these assets in a state of limbo, Speaker, doesn't do justice to us, neither delivering or benefit or no advancing our goals. Some designs are no longer viable, speakers, making further investment impractical and diverting resources from the more deserving initiatives. By writing off these assets, Speaker, we will be acknowledging the shift of priorities and changing needs of our communities. The aim is to free up resources for more impactful projects that can drive growth and improve lives, Speaker, ensuring responsible financial management. This will align our books with reality, enhance transparency and accountability, and make sure that the financial records accurately reflect the true state of assets and liabilities, Speaker. Speaker, this isn't about abandoning a progress. It's about redirecting focus to where it matters most, Speaker. We believe this is necessary to optimize our infrastructure investment and redirect funds for pressing needs, be it fixing potholes, enhancing public transport, upgrading critical infrastructure, or improving pedestrian safety for that matter. This means more reliable travel times, reduce congestion, and improve access to jobs and education, Speaker. Moreover, the healthcare facility. By improving this write-off, Speaker, it will pave the way for transport network that is edible, efficient, and truly serves our communities. A network that connects people to opportunities, enhances economic activity, and makes our city even better place to live, work, and thrive. This boosts the quality of life for our residents and make us more competitive in attractive investment and talent. Speaker, let's build a transport system that prioritizes the needs of our citizens, supports our businesses, and position our city for a sustainable growth and development. Council approval will send a strong message that we are committed for getting the best value for our investment and building a brighter future that is inclusive, prosperous, and livable for generations to come. Speaker, I think this the approval of this council, Speaker, will make our lives very easier than the past 5 years of this council, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor J.S., your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The DA is in support of this report. We are just concerned with one part, and that is about 800,000 rand worth of the write-off is not being done for reasons as the others, but they are done as for the reason stated that capitalization documents is not available. The report suggests that there is no investigation needed into the write-offs of these assets because there was no wrongdoing of officials. And while we agree on that with the bulk of the write-offs, we do agree that, or we do believe that the approximately 800,000 rand that is being written off due to the lack of availability of capitalization documents, that those needs to be investigated by impact, and therefore we are bringing an additional recommendation that reads that the asset identified for write-off due to a lack of capitalization documents be referred to impact for further investigation. It is recommended by myself and seconded by Councillor by Alderman Dikeledi Salawa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is as follows: that the assets identified for write-off due to the lack of capitalization documents be referred to MPEC for further investigation. As amended, okay, as amended, are you saying no? Okay. Okay then. Yes, Leader of the Executive. The recommendation reads as follows: that the assets identified for write-off due to lack of capitalization documents be referred to MPEC for further investigation. Yes, Leader of the Executive.
No, Speaker, we are requesting that we rewrite the recommendation. That the report, okay, can I rewrite the recommendation? Because we feel that the report should be referred to MPEC for further scrutiny. The contents of whatever that is missing will be found there. We don't want to go there with suspicion, because we believe that all the rights of MPEC has a right to investigate what led to that expenditure and why are we writing off such amounts as a Department of Transport. Therefore, there's no need for us to be suspicious or preempt whether there are documents or any other thing, activities that are unsavory or not wanted. Therefore, let's just refer the report. MPEG will then give us feedback after they've done scrutiny on the report.
Yes, Councillor Ace.
We'll agree with that. It's just previous reports were not recommended, and I believe in consistency, but I'll agree with that recommendation. We should just also be careful to not overwhelm impact so that they can actually get to the work that they should be doing, as the Auditor General found they're not. But yeah, I'll be happy with that recommendation, and I will write it, make it, and then the alderman over there can second it. Thank you. I'll rewrite the recommendation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. So this one you are withdrawing, you are going to write a new one. Thank you. Can we then proceed to another item while there are other speakers on this item? Let me not proceed to another one. Councillor Sianyako from the EFF. Thank you so much. Councillor Malosi from the Action SA. Thank you. Councillor Pesco from FF Plus.
Speaker, this report is not merely an accounting exercise. It's a confession of systemic failure and a direct insult to Tshwane's financial integrity. The department asks council to write off 101 million in obsolete designs. But while they tidy up 62 projects today, our research reveals there are 539 open projects in this department on register, totaling a staggering 2.62 billion rand. By the CFO's own admission, he suggests creative accounting by reversing previous impairments, trying to present this 101 million loss as a simple book cleaning exercise. Make no mistake, this is 101 million of taxpayers' money spent on nothing but useless paper. By treating this as a technicality rather than fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the department is attempting to bypass a mandatory forensic investigation. The report claims there are no consequence management implications because the consultants delivered the design. Speaker, that is an insult to this council. We are not here to audit consultants. We are here to oversee the officials who spent 101 million rand on designs they never intended to build, letting them rot in decay. This report lacks transparency, fails to address the root causes of project failure, and ignores the law. The VF Plus will not be complicit to this cover-up. The VF Plus registers its dissenting vote on this, and we request that every VF Plus councillor's dissenting vote be formally noted. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That has been noted. Councillor Williams Moses.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This matter goes far beyond financial adjustments. It concerns public funds entrusted to this municipality and infrastructure meant to improve the lives of our communities. Section 152 of the Constitution mandates us to provide services in a sustainable and accountable manner. Supporting this, the MFMA sets clear duties of financial discipline, transparency, and responsible asset management. In particular, Section 62 of the MFMA places the responsibility on accounting officer to ensure that the municipality has effective, efficient, and transparent systems of financial and risk management. Section 62 further requires proper safeguarding and management of municipal assets, ensuring that infrastructure projects are protected from waste, loss, or misuse. When we are asked to write off capital assets still under construction, we must acknowledge that something in the system has failed, whether it be planning, contractor performance, project oversight, or internal controls. While write-offs may sometimes be unavoidable due to legal disputes, technical challenges, or project termination, they must never be used to hide poor management. The MFMA is clear in Section 171, which provides for financial misconduct and consequence management where negligence or failure to comply with financial duties has occurred. Therefore, each write-off before this council must be supported by full investigation reports, clear reasons for project abandonment or failure, identification of responsible officials or service providers, corrective and preventative measures going forward. Behind these assets are real communities still waiting for services promised in our IDP. Roads not completed, facilities unfinished, and infrastructure left idle. Honorable Speaker, the IDP commits to the City of Tshwane that infrastructure-led growth, service delivery, and prudent use of public funds. Writing off projects undermines those commitments unless it is occupied by reform and accountability. If this council approves this report, that public money, a strong message should also follow, that public money is protected, that failure has consequences, and that future projects will be better planned, monitored, and delivered. Our residents deserve completed infrastructure, not abandoned projects, and accounting corrections. In closing, I urge the council to approach this write-off with strict oversight, transparency, and a renewed commitment to sound financial governance in line with the MFMA. Let us listen from these failures and rebuild.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Lex McLeod. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not convinced by this report. It is very thin on substance. This administration seems to be more concerned with the massaging of audit outcomes than with building quality infrastructure and rendering good services to residents. These projects were all approved for execution and at some stage funded because they were needed. Except then, the funds were redirected elsewhere, leaving the projects incomplete and the city burdened with huge UIFW expenditure audit findings. If these projects were needed in the past, they are still needed today. Otherwise, they should never have been approved, partially funded, and then left incomplete. That is just bad government. There is little concern here for the needs of residents for considered capital investment in the growth and renewal of our infrastructure. The only advantage is for the administration to avoid repeated audit embarrassment. There is nothing here for the residents. This reason alone would predispose me to vote against this report. But there is a far more serious issue that affects it. The report contains remote links to project data that needs to be accessed to understand what it is that we are going to cancel. However, when I as a councillor click on the links, it returns a response that my access to that part of the intranet is blocked. That is not acceptable. Without that access and a clear understanding of what it is that we are writing off, I cannot in good conscience consider the item or vote for the approval of these recommendations. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, if the recommendations stand as they do, I will vote against and request that my vote against be recorded. If it is referred to MPAC, I will support the referral to MPAC and in the hope that something better will come back to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace. We are back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. We have changed the recommendation to read that the report be referred to MPAC for investigation. It is recommended by myself and seconded by Alderman Dikoletti Salowa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendation to be added that the report be referred to MPEC for investigation, recommended by Councillor Jackie Ace and seconded by Alderwoman Dikeledi Siloa. As amended. Thank you very much. Anyone? Yes, go ahead. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, you will recall that one of the findings of the AG against the city was the issue of the assets under construction. My apologies. We started this process last year, Speaker, and we brought many reports here. And you would recall that in those reports we are talking about most of these projects were planned for in 2008. And because the city did not keep an accurate assets under construction register, then it became a finding of the Auditor General. Now, this report, contrary to what the colleagues want to project, the latest project there was in 2021, Speaker. The oldest project on the list was in 2014. Now, ask yourself, Speaker, what are we supposed to do with outdated designs? Because the narrative here is that we are just writing these off because we don't want to give communities these projects. Why in 2021 this was not rectified by budgeting for these projects? But what we are saying, Speaker, is that this is important for the audit process as well, but for us as the city to keep an accurate asset under construction. Most of these projects, Speaker, are part of the infrastructure plan of the city. So we're not saying that the projects are no longer needed, but we are saying these designs in particular, one, they are outdated. Secondly, we will shelve what we can use. But for the governance process, we do need to write off. We do agree, Speaker, that we need to strengthen the investigation in order to find out the reasons why we can't find our own documents. But other than that, Speaker, there's nothing untoward with this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Let's then move to item 7, reference number 32635/1, Road and Transport Department, closure of Mendelssohn Street, Constantia Park, in accordance with the planned upgrading the reconstruction of the Gasfontein Road project. This report is on page 233 to 246. Recommendations are on 240. And then on this item, I've got Councillor Tabata from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now. Press once, Councillor.
This report seeks approval to temporarily close Mendel Street in Constantia Park for Gasfontein Road upgrade project. This necessary closure will enable us to undertake critical infrastructure improvements of our broader efforts to enhancing safety, reducing congestion, and improving traffic flow in the area. The upgrade is part of our broader effort to modernize our city's transport network, aligning with our vision for a more efficient, accessible, and sustainable urban environment that supports the growing needs of community. The upgrade will bring numerous benefits to the community, including improved road safety for motorists, pedestrians, cyclists through upgraded intersection, pedestrian crossing, and traffic management system. We have consulted with local stakeholders, including residents and businesses, and we will implement measures to minimize disruption during the project. Alternative routes will be clearly signposted and will maintain access to emergency services and local traffic where possible. Speaker, a comprehensive communication plan is in place to keep the community informed about the project timeline, progress, and any necessary detours. We will continue to engage with affected parties and adapt
our approach as needed in mitigate impacts. We believe this upgrade is essential for the area's development. It will contribute to a safer and more efficient transport network that benefits our residents, businesses, and the broader community, ultimately enhancing the quality of life in our country. By approving this closure, we'll be supporting a project that will have a lasting positive impact on traffic management, safety, local economic activities in Caucus Park and beyond. We are committed to minimize the disruption and ensuring the upgrade process is as smooth as possible for all affected parties. We'll work closely with the residents, businesses, and stakeholders and provide updates and adapt change as needed. Speaker, in conclusion, the African National Congress requests the approval to temporarily close Mendelssohn Street in Caucus Park for Gasfontein Road upgrade project. This necessary closure will allow us to undertake critical improvements to road infrastructure, enhancing safety for both motorists and pedestrians, and support local economic development in the area. Approval will contribute to a safer and more efficient transport network in Caucus Park.
Siyabulela kakhulu tata. The next speaker is Councillor Sianeko from the EFF.
Speaker, Chief Kekana, Chief Matangu, and the entourage, fellow councillors, and all distinguished guests. The Economic Freedom Fighters note the report seeking council approval to close Mendelssohn Street at its intersection with E.T. Smart Street in Constantia Park to accommodate the planned upgrade of Gasfontein Road, also known as the K50 between Anton van Wall and Loristo Street in terms of Section 67, Subsection 3 of the Local Government Ordinance of 1939. Gasfontein Road is a critical mobility corridor linking eastern Tshwane suburbs to the N1 freeway. The existing single-lane section between dual carriageways has long created congestion and safety risk. The City of Tshwane, together with the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, has correctly identified the need to upgrade this stretch to a 4-lane dual carriageway, supported by a memorandum of agreement concluded in 2014 and amended in 2019. Speaker, the proposed closure of Mendelssohn Street is intended to align access with national and municipal road design standards, reduce traffic hazards, and support the development of a safer, more efficient and integrated transport system. We further welcome the inclusion of non-motorized transport infrastructure, such as 2.6-meter sidewalks, which is essential for pedestrian safety and universal access. The EFF supports this closure because it is motivated by public interest, improving road traffic safety, traffic flow, and accessibility, rather than serving narrow private or commercial concerns. We note that all relevant departments have supported the proposal on traffic and safety grounds. However, Speaker, our support is conditional on critical safeguards. Emergency services, public transport operations, and municipal service vehicles must always retain guaranteed access. Residents who will be affected by the closure must be properly consulted through a genuine public participation process, and any objections must be carefully considered and addressed before final implementation. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. As recommended, let's move to item 8, reference number 88060/1, Road and Transport Department, promulgation of Line 2C and Line 2D of the Ariang network. This report is on page 247 to 291. Recommendations are on 262. And in this item, I've got Councillor Ndosha from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. This report seeks approval for the promulgation of Line 2C and 2D of the IRPTN Ariang network in accordance with applicable local government ordinances. This proposal is a key component of our city's effort to enhance public transport, foster sustainable growth, and improve the quality of life for our residents. By expanding and enhancing our transport network. We are not only moving people, but we are also connecting communities, driving economic growth, and building a city that's more viable for all. The proposed routes for Line 2C and 2D have been carefully planned to enhance public transport connectivity, reduce congestion, and improve travel times for our citizens. This line will integrate seamlessly with existing transport network, providing efficient and reliable service to key areas of our city, including major commercial centers, residential areas, and points of interest. Whether it is getting to work, school, or leisure activities, these lines are designed to make it easier for our citizens to get where they need to go. Speaker, approval of this promulgation will enable us to move forward with implementing this vital transport line, benefiting our citizens and supporting local economic growth. It will bring us closer to a vision of a more integrated, efficient, and people-friendly transport system, one that supports our city's growth, reduce our environmental footprint, and improve the overall quality of life for our residents. We believe this project aligns with our community's need and our city's vision for a more integrated transport system, one that prioritizes people, promote economic growth, and enhance quality of life. By approving this promulgation, will be contributing to a transport network that efficiently accessible and responsive to our city's evolving needs. Speaker, we therefore request approval of this promulgation of Line 2C and 2D of the IRPTN area network, paving the way for a better connected, more viable city. This is a tangible step towards realizing our shared vision of a city that is prosperous, including a sustainable for all. It's an investment in our collective future, one that will yield.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Matlabane from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters note the report seeking council approval for the determination and public participation process regarding the REN lines 2C and 2D, including their proposed routes, campsite stops, and median stations, in terms of the Local Government Ordinance of 1939 and Municipal Systems Act 2000. This line stretching from Main Lane to Deneboom and from Deneboom to Mahube Valley and Ikacheng form part of the city's broader plan to establish an integrated public transport system, roll out over phases spanning 15 years. The REN network is intended to deliver affordable, efficient, and sustainable mobility that supports economic growth, social inclusion, particularly for the working class communities and township residents, such as those in Mamelodi. The FF supports the expansion of this network in principle. Public transport is a lifeline for workers, students, and small traders, and the optimization of this operation improves the efficiency, contain costs, and grow revenue is necessary. In a physical constrained environment, we further take note of the phase implementation approach, immediate, interim, and final, and the role of Deneboom as a strategic hub linking multiple roads supported by interim facilities while permanent structures is completed. We also welcome the public inspection and comment on the proposed routes and stations remain open until December 2025. No, I think it's 2026. And that relevant city departments have broadly supported the proposal. However, support for public transport expansion must be matched with rigorous oversight process, lawful fair property acquisitions, and credible project timelines to prevent the cost overruns, delays, and governance failures that have plagued the infrastructure project in the past. In conclusion, Speaker, The EFF support recommendation that Council approve the public participation process for the promulgation of line 2C and 2D as public transport roads which the proposed Cape Side stops and station, while insisting that implementation be closely monitored so that Tshwane residents receive a reliable, affordable, and well-governed public transport system. I thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 9. Reference number 87897/2, Road and Transport Department proposed relocation of the existing road closure on 16th Street at the intersection with Hazelwood Road, Menlo Park. This report is on page 292 to 310. Recommendations are on 298. And on this item, I've got Councillor Shume. Your 3 minutes starts now.
I will, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 10, reference number 1841/1, Road and Transport Department, Integrated Rapid Public Transport Network Division. Ariang project determination of a portion of line 3 of the Tshwane Rapid Transit Road and station in Princess Park along Dr. W.F. Nkomo Street to Attersfield Station. This report is on page 311 to 332. Recommendations are on 332. And on this item, I've got Councillor Maubelo from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, this report seeks approval for the extension of the Tshwane Rapid Public Transport Trunk Road from Nanasita through Princess Park to Attersfield Station. These extensions include additional station in DF Malan, strategically located to enhance connectivity and accessibility in the area. The proposal is designed to improve the travel times, increase public transport usage, and support economic growth. This initiative aligns with Tshwane goals for an integrated transport system, sustainable urban development, and improved quality of life for the residents. It will contribute to a more efficient, accessible, and environmentally friendly transport network, benefiting the community and supporting the city growth objective. Speaker, the route improves access to key destinations like Attersfield Station, schools, healthcare, and commercial areas benefiting all users. It will stimulate local economic creative opportunities and foster development along the route. Aiding a station increases accessibility, convenience, and encourages public transport use, supporting a sustainable environment. We have given notice of intent per section 659/1 of the local government ordinances, ensuring transparency. We have assessed technical, environment, and social implication, engaging stakeholders to ensure a well-planned, sustainable project balancing development and community needs. In conclusion, we firmly believe this extension of Tshwane Rapid Public Transport Trunk Route will significantly enhance transport infrastructure, unlock economic opportunities, and improve overall quality of life for residents in the area. Furthermore, Speaker, we will be providing a more efficient, accessible, and sustainable transport option. And lastly, we will play a crucial role in shaping a more connected, efficient, and prosperous Tshwane. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I have Councillor Kadima from the EFF?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, I want to register that my surname is actually Khadima. There ought to be a G before the first A. Please fix it. Now that our names get to be displayed on the screen, I take a very serious exception. Honorable Speaker, Chief Gekana, Chief Masangu, and the entourage, fellow councillors and all distinguished guests. The Economic Freedom Fighters note the report from the City of Tshwane's Roads and Transport Department seeking council approval to confirm the route alignment and station locations for part of Arieng Line 3 running from Princess Park along Dr. W.F. Ngomo Street to Atteridgeville Station. The report further requests approval for the extension of Tshwane Rapid Transit Trunk route from Nanasita Street through Princess Park to Atteridgeville Station. The inclusion of stations along Dr. W.F. Ngomo Street and the placement of a notice of intent in terms of Section 65 BIS of the Local Government Ordinance of 1989 to give effect to these proposals. This report, this project forms part of the city's long-term vision to build a reliable, affordable, and publicly owned rapid transport system that prioritizes working class communities and township residents. The EFF supports such investment in public mobility, which are essential for improving improving access to jobs, education, and economic opportunities. We further note projected ridership growth from approximately 7,500 passengers initially to about 27,000 passengers once full implementation is achieved. In conclusion, Speaker, the EFF supports the recommendations that Council approve the public participation process for the extension of the Arieng Line 3 trunk route from Nanasita Street through Princess Park to Atteridgeville Station, and the commencement of the promulgation process be authorized in terms of Section 65 BIS of the Local Government Ordinance of 1939. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kosiasile. Are you waving? Okay, thank you. As recommended, let's move to item 11. Reference number 61260/1. Road and Transport Department request for approval of the City of Tshwane Public Transport and non-motorized transport bylaw from the Executive Committee, 9th September 2024, Mayoral Committee, 15th January 2025, and 30th January 2025. This report is on page 333 to page 579. Recommendations are on page 339. On this item, about Councillor Pasha and Councillor Mabopana from the EFF and the ANC. Councillor Pasha.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. I'm just simplifying your work. I'm waving.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mabopana. Press the button. Can you press the button, then wave, so that it can be on record? Thank you. As recommended, then we are on, no. Sorry. I've realized it. Item 11. Sorry, councillors. Honorable councillors, it should be noted that in accordance with Section 160B of the Constitution, a decision on the approval of the bylaw must be taken by council with the supporting vote of the majority of the council member, i.e. at least 108 councillors in the case of the city of Tshwane. I will therefore now subject this approval of this bylaw to the vote. For the purpose of this voting process, I am requesting councillors who support this bylaw to raise their hands so that they can be counted. Those who support the bylaw, please raise your hand. I'm counting. Thank you very much. You may lower your hands. Honorable councillors, this bylaw has now been passed with 179 councillors in favor thereof. As recommended. Thank you. Let's move to item 12. Reference number 01783/1, Housing and Human Settlement Department, Comprehensive Rural Development Plan, Strategy and Implementation Plan, Public Participation Meeting, Feedback. This report is on page 580 to page 1136. Recommendations are on 594. Then on this item, I've got Councillor Mutowa from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Bishop, I wait. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor S. Wilkinson from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, let me start clearly. The Democratic Alliance supports the idea of rural development. In fact, this is a program we initiated. We all know the reality in our rural communities: poverty, limited services, long travel distances, and opportunities that never quite arrive. So yes, the concept behind this plan is sound, necessary, and overdue. This policy document does a good job of aligning with national, provincial, and city policy. It reflects public participation, and it recognizes the challenges honestly. On that level, we are not in opposition. But Speaker, plans don't change lives. They only get written off. Implementation does. This is where our concern lies. This report is called a strategy and implementation plan. Yet it doesn't tell us where development will actually happen, or when it will happen, or how it will be rolled out. There are no clear rural nodes in the plan. They're not identified. There are no phased timelines and no sense of sequence. Speaker, the city's own technical input tells us that most of these areas have little to no existing infrastructure. There's no clarity in the plan on water, electricity, roads, and especially funding. So we are approving intention rather than delivery. Furthermore, several Tshwane departments take cognizance of the plan, but very little commit to timelines. They don't commit to standards, and they don't commit to budgets. So basically, it is an unfunded mandate. Speaker, the DA does not want to block progress, but we also don't want to raise expectations we cannot meet. There are rural farming communities like Rooikop, which is near the mining area on the border of Mpumalanga and Limpopo. They deserve better than alignment documents. They deserve a credible path to delivery. So our position as the opposition is constructive criticism. We support this strategy in principle, but it must still be refined before it is treated as implementation ready. Speaker, this plan gives us direction, and that matters. But direction is not the same as delivery, striving for excellence. Let's do the responsible thing. Let's support the vision. Let's strengthen the implementation. And let's all make sure that when we promise rural development, that we can actually deliver it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kadima. Thank you very much. Councillor Mahlangu from the Action SA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the report before us presents the feedback received from public participation meetings on draft comprehensive rural development plan, strategy and implementation plan for the city of Tshwane. The conditions facing our rural communities remain challenging: persistent poverty, inequality, limited access to basic services, fragmented spatial development, and environmental pressures continue to define daily life in the areas. It is therefore necessary that the city adopts a coordinated and long-term approach to rural development. Speaker, the following Council's resolution of 29 August 2024 of public participation was conducted in areas of Region 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, as well as through virtual platforms, and a total of 581 consultations were undertaken, ensuring that affected communities had a meaningful opportunity to engage with the draft strategy. The feedback raised critical issues, Speaker, particularly regarding bulk infrastructure, access to water and electricity in areas outside the urban edge, waste management challenges in Hammanskraal, development constraints in Winterveld, unresolved cross-border matters with the Northwest Province, and service delivery in tribal areas such as Rongospruit, Sokulumi, Pumekaya, Buwesini, Rekhabiseng, and Zitobeni. Speaker, what is important is that these concerns have been formally acknowledged by the relevant departments. Commitments have been made to address them through precinct planning, intergovernmental coordination, and exploration of alternative service delivery technologies where conventional infrastructure is not immediately feasible. While these challenges cannot be resolved, Speaker, the process reflects a shift towards practical and responsive planning. Communities also expressed strong concerns about the lack of economic opportunities in rural areas. Calls were made, Speaker, for support for small-scale farming, revitalization of existing business and industrial nodes, and the exploration of alternative economic activities. The inclusion of rural economic development in the draft strategy is therefore both necessary and welcomed, Speaker. This report confirms the rural development that requires coordinated action across departments, aligned with national rural development plans and ongoing engagement with communities. It is also an obligation on Council to ensure that commitments arising from public participation are implemented. In conclusion, Speaker, this process represents an important step towards a moving inclusion inclusive and responsive rural development framework for the city of Tshwane. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Councillor L.J. van Rensburg.
Speaker, our rural communities deserve development. This is really true that we do need that. Not promises that can't be delivered. I'm highlighting the serious breaches of the Financial Management Act contained in this plan. This is not just minor technicalities. This is fundamental violations of how to govern and how municipality must plan, budget, and spend their basic money. The first plan we violate is Section 15 of MFMA. This is not the municipality may not occur any expenditure unless it's approved in a budget. There is no budget. Second, the plan breaches Section 17.2 of the MFMA. This section requires that all capital projects must be itemized in the annual budget. This was not done. Third, the plan has no service delivery budget implementation, no performance monitoring, no assigned responsibility, no measurable outputs, no lawful mechanism to implement anything in this document. Approving a plan without a budget is effectively approving an unfunded, unmonitored mandate. And the MFMA expressed that this is not prohibited. Fourthly, the plan contradicts the MFMA core principles, critical budgeting, transparency, and accountability. We cannot approve a plan that is not MFMA compliant. Therefore, the Freedom Fund Plus calls this plan to be sent back, to be redrafted, to be compliant before we can even consider as a council to approve this. Therefore, please minute that the Freedom Fund Plus and all their councillors is voting against this report.
Thank you very much. Can I then call Councillor Williams Moses? Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah. I'm waiting, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lex Middelbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is before us is obviously a statement of good intent that is, or should, I say, should be part of the IDP. The IDP, as we know, informs the budget. There is nothing in this report that shows an alignment of strategic plans and objectives with the current IDP and how it influences current budget priorities provided for therein. That is a major flaw of this report. In addition to that, anything that is IDP must follow the IDP review and adoption process and is subject to the public participation requirements of the IDP. It seems none of these prerequisite requirements have been met. We cannot allow every department to place before us in piecemeal fashion each their own micro plan for development and strategy implementation. That is not how effective planning is ever done. Mr. Speaker, for this reason alone, the good intentions of this report notwithstanding, I will be voting against this recommendation and request that it be noted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chetty from ACDB.
Thank you, Speaker. This report seeks to bring feedback from the Housing and Human Settlements Department Comprehensive Rural Development Plan, Strategy and Implementation Plan for public participation. Speaker, the ACDP is always for development in rural or city areas, which provides for better economic opportunities and social development along other advantages. We, however, question the involvement of cooperative governance structures in such development plans? Are they invited to be a part of the planning? One of our reasons for such involvement would be as an example of schooling facilities. Speaker, the ACDP has noticed a disadvantage in schooling developments, in the schooling development sector. Throughout the city has more primary school facilities than it has secondary school facilities. This leaves for the following options for learners. Learners either attend private schooling facilities, which is quite expensive, more especially in the current economic climate. Also, hereby noting financial difficulties being one of the reasons cited for scholar dropouts. They need to, or number two, they need to travel far to be able to find space in schools. This adds burden on being transportation. This also puts strain on our transport infrastructure. Number three, they drop out of school, leading to increase in crime or poverty-related incidents. Speaker, this speaks directly to the fact that South Africa has a 33% scholar dropout rate, which is gravely concerning. The ACDP therefore advises the city to always involve corporate governance structures in such developments so that we are able to assist our communities by making it less burdensome in some instances. The ACDP also warns against excessive spending during planning phases, noting wasteful expenditure in previous planning processes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Okay, Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. Let me welcome and appreciate the comments that were made by councillors who took time to read the report and understand the intention of government on a policy response that deals with inequalities that we find ourselves in the capital city. Many people have not imagined what other parts of the city look like. And I want to invite Councillor Lino that she must come with me when I go to Winterfeld, just the far part of Ward 24, so that she can have a full appreciation of what it looks like. But I think she might have a clue of what is happening in Cullinan and Bronxspruit. And we need to take her to Sokulume so that she can see that we are a metro city that has features of rural setup. Therefore, you need a policy that responds to how we need to provide services to such communities, because many people think a metro city is all about urbanization, concrete, buildings and tall buildings. But we still have people that are struggling with provision of water and electricity connectivity or network. Then if she had paid attention to what the report intends to do, is to make sure that we've got an equal society. We are a city that responds, because if you go to, Region 7, and you attend a public meeting there, they're asking, when are we going to have these bulk services? How are we going to have them? Then if you sit with somebody who sits in a party, I just forgot the name of the councillor, who's very clued up around issues of planning, who understand how planning works and RSDFs, urban edge, areas that are included in terms of RSDF in the current RSDF that we passed, I think, a year ago. You'll understand that these communities are going to be left behind. And in the next 20 years, 30 years, there wouldn't be anything that we're going to do to them. The human settlement then brings a policy response and say, no. As much as we are a metro city, what is it that we're going to do with the rural setup of these communities? How are you going to provide services? Because when you get to planning says to you, no, these people are outside the urban edge. You can't approve. There's no bulk support of their communities. You can't build houses. Therefore, we have moved from community to community. Region 1, Region 2, Region 5, Region 7. They've got similar features. And the struggles are common. You can't, when you develop a national development plan and talk about budget. I think that's the basic thing that you can think about. But you don't need money now. You will need money when you execute the plan. It's a basic one thing that you can think about in terms of strategy and planning. But because of you don't pay attention to reading, the only thing that you think about is attack. You even attack a noble thing that is going to assist farmers, farmland, that needs to be rezoned. Because in the current setup, let me give you and I don't want to be dramatic here. Your claim fontaine that you want to bring here, it doesn't have wide support. And you are propagating, agitating for them to be supported by planning. How are we going to support them? Because you sit in meetings and you're saying Swan rejects them for no apparent reason. And it's our planners who say to us, no, we can't support you because of there's no bulk, you are outside the urban edge. We can't give you approvals. But we sit and bring a progressive document. I don't know why Lex are rejecting this thing. You know, I take you seriously, Lex. You are disappointing me every day. Every day you come with a new disappointment.
What a disappointment.
This thing is progressive. When we get to new budget in May, we must include in our IDP how we're going to respond to the rural setup. But you can't put up money when you don't have a strategy and a plan. But this is an instrument that we're going to use. Now you want to reject this thing, you don't want to support it, because I don't know what is it that is missing here. Somebody there with a tie and a white shirt there says it's our work. I don't know which work. That man that is called Gacheni. No. Sean. He wants to brag about it, and when we get to the committee, he's going to say other things. But this is progressive, Speaker. We must support it. We must confidently take feedback to Mushate of Majaning and Mushate of Kosokulume and say to them, this is progressive. We are supporting your rural features as a metro city. That we are not about informal settlements and RDP houses set up of urbanization. We understand urbanization has a rapid growth, but we also understand that there are communities that appreciate their rural setup. Therefore, we are supporting this. It's very progressive. Thank you.
As recommended, we are moving to, remember we dealt with item 13 and item 14 last week. Now we are moving to item 15. Reference number 59901, Group Property Department, proposed lease of ERF 2141, Nel Mafias Extension 3, for the development of a private healthcare facility. This report is on page 378 to 440. Recommendations are on 395. On this item, I've got Councillor Tsiane. The 3 minutes start now.
Greetings, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor Tibakwana from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Murodi from the Action SA. Are you waving, MMC? I can't hear you. Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Councillor P. Mayor from WAVE as recommended. Let's move to item 16. Reference number 09112/2, Group Property Department proposed lease of portion of even 6545 and 8839 Karangua Unit 5, PTN of Chan Street, and PTN of PTN 2 of the farm Shambok Zain Audekran 258 JR. be known as even 2823, 3156, and 10231 Karangua Unit 2 of the Gauteng Provincial Government for educational purposes. This report is on page 441, 475, recommendations on 460. And then on this item, I have Councillor Sikele from the ANC. The 3 minutes starts now. Are you waving, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Muloisane from the EFF. Are you waving? Thank you. Councillor Mutiba from the Action SA. Your 3 minutes starts now. Wave. Thank you. Councillor Trubet from FF Plus. Wave. Thank you. As recommended. Item 17. Reference number 51739/forward. Group Property Department /forward 1. Group Property Department amendment of Council Resolution. Transfer of a portion 79 of the farm, the Falkendrift 417 JR to the Gauteng Provincial Government for health purposes. This report is on page 476 to 524. Recommendations on 489. And then on this item, I've got Councillor Palwane from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Notununu from the EFF. Thank you. So that indeed. Thank you very much. As recommended, item 18, reference number 37668/forward 1. Group Human Capital Management Department, City of Tshwane, remote work arrangement framework. This report is on page 525 to 553. Recommendations are on 533 and 532, I mean. Then on this item, I've got Councillor Marishani from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you. Then Councillor I. Peterson from the DA.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. The report reveals operational, legal, and financial labor relation risk, many of which are acknowledged and identified internally by Chief Audit Executive, Group Audit Risk, CFO, and Group Legal, and are being ignored. The report does not adequately demonstrate why crisis-driven model is suitable for permanent operating framework. Absence of clear cost-benefit analysis, no quantified savings on operational cost. Eligibility criteria is not standardized. The discretion is left to the group heads. Policy doesn't specify which category of positions are excluded from remote working. No enforceable mechanism to ensure service delivery is not compromised. There is a potential abuse of flexible arrangement without new audit mechanism because the framework relies on existing performance management system. There is a need for a time tracking software to communicate the status of an employee at work or at break. Lack of minimum or maximum remote days per week. Other institutions excluded Mondays and Fridays from remote days because of poor performance due to employees taking long weekends. No operational minimum staffing level per department. Incorrect definitions on framework, ambiguous duration on the reviewing of the policy. It says 3 to 5 years. The report doesn't The report is not even compliant with legislation and collective agreement. We are approving a policy that needs to go to LLF for consultation and amendment. Insufficient details on data protection and cyber controls. Ambiguity will for sure undermine enforceability. It will increase interpretation dispute while inconsistent in model in 2022. And they will face key challenges such as infrastructure, connectivity, administration oversight, dispute and litigations, and lack of monitoring mechanism. It's vital for management to conduct risk assessment feasibility study on remote working. The aim is to protect the city against gradual erosion of discipline and work ethics. We therefore advise that the report be withdrawn and be referred to Policy Development Support Committee to consult and attend to consent raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matabate. Councillor Chabane from the EFF. Yeah, my apologies. Please press Councillor Matabane.
We wait, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Councillor Munama from the Action SA.
I waive, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williams Moses. Your 3 minutes starts now from PA.
Speaker.
Thank you so much, Councillor Lex Middleburg. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This proposed policy is just hogwash. The grounds for authorization of work done at home is simply not defined. The motivation of the practice is ill-considered. COVID, the apparent motivator for the practice, happened 6 years ago. We might as well have referred to the Spanish plague of 1918 for justification. It is really irrelevant to the issue. The big question remains, will it improve productivity or lead to savings and performance enhancement? There is nothing about that in this report. Stating that there is a worldwide trend towards work-at-home practices is a misstatement of facts. There is no justification or basis or proof for this claim in this report, and I reject that as mere verbiage to make the report seem more considered and clever. There is, in fact, a worldwide trend away from work-from-home practices by high-performance companies that have found that work from home has a negative impact on productivity, creativity of a collaborative work team. The city is already delivering so little of value to residents that any further drop in productivity due to work-at-home practices will be a catastrophe. There is no leeway in the city to experiment with some Pollyanna goody two-shoe social experiments that will make us feel good, progressive and clever, but that delivers no results. This will lead to a drop in productivity. I vote against this nonsense. Staff should attend at work, work their day's work together with their teams and colleagues, and go home after work. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Ace.
I would just like to ask Councillor Middelburg whether he is working from home or whether his party has an office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's raising the hand? Okay, go ahead. Councillor Ace, I think you can respond to you during break time. Thank you so much. Who wants to speak this side? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. This report is progressive, and it's very saddening that it's the very same councillors that will sit here the whole day and claim that they understand productivity. Half the time they will be howling where there will be no productivity. Gone are the days where we have to sit and monitor employees like they are on some farm and they must be seen so that we can assume that they are delivering. This is a progressive report. It is changing how we do business. Globally, there are a lot of studies that came out of various institutions worldwide that show us that remote work is the future. For us, this is putting the city of Tshwane to become one of those employees of choice where people or talent will want to work for the city of Tshwane because the city of Tshwane has got programs and policies that support the employee. As this government, we are going to prioritize workers, whether it is security guards making sure that they've got benefits, or whether it's your employees that are working in our customer care services or that can be working from home, because working from home is safe but also efficient. Efficiency is not demonstrated by people physically sitting on a desk in a building where you can see them. Productivity is seen in the results. When service delivery is accelerated, that's when we know that our workforce is productive. So this is going to work towards that, to make sure that Tshwane becomes productive. People don't have to be physically in the building for us to guarantee productivity. Those who are against this report are demonstrating to us that they are backwards. They don't understand where the future is at. We need to move away from having physical structures where people must gather there and be pretending to be working. Efficiency can be driven remotely. It has done. A lot of economies survived COVID because they had strong policies. We are making sure that Tshwane becomes that organization that will prioritize its employees, make sure that we've got programs that support our employees, and we will become the employer of choice in the country. And this is one of the reports that helps us to achieve that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. MMC as recommended. Let's move to item 19. Reference number 7611/1, Group Human Capital Management Department, Learning and Development Division, corrective report for the report on the amendment of the corporate bursary policy for the employees and non-employees. This report is on page 554. 6 to 672, recommendations are on 562. And on this item, I've got Councillor Tema from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Speaker, we're waiting, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Councillor P. Mamatepa from the EFF. Thank you so much. Councillor Mulausi from the Action SA.
Speaker, we are waiving.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor D. Williams Moses.
Right, thank you very much, Speaker. I will not be waiving. This policy is a critical investment in human capital, not only within the municipality, but also within the broader community of Tshwane. Education and skills development are amongst the most important, powerful tools we have to address unemployment, improve service delivery, and build a capable state. The purpose of this corrective report is to ensure that the amended bursary policy is properly aligned with legislative requirements, fairness principles, and the strategic skills needs of the city. It seeks to strengthen the transparency in application and selection processes, equity and access for deserving students and employees, alignment with scarce and critical skills in the municipality, accountability in funding and academic performance monitoring. For municipal employees, the bursary system helps build internal capacity, ensuring that Tshwane has engineers, planners, financial specialists, and service delivery professionals who are well trained and committed to public service. Sorry, Speaker. Speaker, can I just stop my time here quickly, please? You know, I'm trying to deliver a speech here, and my chairperson is sleeping here.
Chairperson, please give the speaker to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. Thank you.
For non-employees, particularly...
Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Makhaleni, what are you standing on?
Right. For non-employees...
No, I was thinking...
Sorry, Councillor. What are you standing on, Councillor Makhaleni?
You could arrange a coffee for those who are sleeping.
Thank you very much, Councillor Makhaleni. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. For non-employees, particularly youth and the disadvantaged backgrounds, this policy creates opportunities for education that many families could never afford, opening doors to future employment and economic participation. Corrective reports such as this demonstrate good governance. They show a willingness to review, improve, and fix policy gaps to ensure compliance, fairness, and effectiveness. This aligns directly with the city's IDP, which prioritizes skills development, institutional capacity building, and youth empowerment. However, Council must also ensure that bursary funds are protected from misuse, selection processes are free from favoritism, recipients meet academic and service obligations, outcomes are tracked to ensure return on investment. In closing, we support the corrective amendments under this report as they strengthen the policy that plays a vital role in empowering individuals and improving the City of Tshwane's long-term capacity. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, let's move to item 20. Reference number 35507/1, Group Capital, Human Capital Management Department. Learning and Development, Work Integrated Learning Policy. This report is in page 673 to 710, recommendation on 681. And then on this item, I've got Councillor Palwane from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I waive.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Councillor R.A.'s.
Waive.
Thank you so much. The next councillor is Councillor Matebula from the EFF. Cool. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Mualusi from the Action SA.
Yes, Speaker, waive on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor D. Williams Moses, PA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So the work integrated learning is more than a training program. It is a bridge between education and practical workplace experience, ensuring that employees and learners develop the skills needed to serve our residents efficiently and effectively. This approach empowers our people, strengthens institutional capacity, and ensures that municipal performance targets are met. Through this policy, we are directly linking learning and development to municipal performance matrix as outlined in our IDP. By equipping our workforce with practical skills, we improve response times to community service requests, quality of municipal infrastructure projects, efficiency in administrative and financial management, delivery of basic service delivery such as water, sanitation, and electricity. The communities of Tshwane, particularly the underserved areas such as Mamelodi, Soshanguve, Hammanskraal, Eersteres and rural settlements will see the impact of this policy in tangible ways. Roads maintained, clinics functional, schools supported, and services delivered without unnecessary delays. This policy also strengthens our accountability mechanisms. Performance matrix will track how well learners and employees apply skills in the workplace, ensuring that public funds invested in development yield measurable improvements in service delivery. It directly supports the IDP pillars of institutional capacity building, service excellence, and community empowerment. By integrating learning into the workplace, we also create pathways for youth, graduates, and municipal employees to contribute meaningfully to development programs, while gaining the skills they need for sustainable careers. This is a community-centered development in action, empowering individuals to serve their own communities better. In closing, we fully commit to fully implement the work integrated learning policy, and by doing so, building a skilled and accountable workforce, and ensuring that the residents of Tshwane is playing an active part in building and maintaining Tshwane moving forward. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, we are moving to item 21, reference number 77851/1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, adoption of the Clydesdale Crescent Plan. This report is on page 711 to page 1214. Recommendations are on page 722. And on this item, I've got Councillor J.K. Masilela. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Ngiyaweva, Speaker. Siyaweva.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Mashamaita from the DA.
Ngiyabonga somlomo bomkhandlu lohloniphekile. But before ngiqala uMashamaita wabukoni mukoni wanchilihulu lapha kuthiwa usemi I am Shimi Mashamaite bengicela ilungiswe. Speaker, the success of this project is deeply close to my heart. As the ward councillor, together with the residents of Clydesdale, we have worked on and supported this initiative from the very beginning. We have been fully hands-on in the development of the Clydesdale Crescent Plan. The Democratic Alliance is in full support of it. We therefore recommend that this plan be adopted by Council today. This plan is a practical expression of Democratic Alliance principles. It promotes freedom through opportunity, economic inclusion, and open, competitive local economies. As stipulated in the draft, this precinct will attract investment and encourage growth by making it easier to do business in Tshwane, creating a business-friendly city that stimulates economic activity and unlocks employment opportunity for our residents. It advances infrastructure-led development, efficient service delivery, and accountable governance, ensuring that development is driven not by politics, but by evidence-based planning and the public interest. This is what liberal governance is, a capable state that enables citizens, communities, and businesses to thrive. These are pillars of the Democratic Alliance: values of clean governance, economic freedom, non-racial, opportunity for all, and service delivery excellence, a proposal contained in the draft of the Clydesdale Crescent Plan. Importantly, no negative comments or representations were received against the present plan, demonstrating public confidence, community trust, and social legitimacy. We therefore encourage and formally request
Does this council adopt this plan? A process all the times championed by disciplined, principled, and highly organized DA councillors across the city of Tshwane, committed to building a city that works for the people. Thank you, Somlo.
And thank you very much. Councillor Tibakwana from the EFF. Thank you so much. As recommended, item 22, 23, 24, and 25, we dealt with them last week. Now, honorable councillors, you have 60 minutes in total to discuss Annexure A and A1, deferred from the council meeting of 27 October 2025, as well Annexure A, A1, A2, and A3, submitted for the purpose of this council meeting. Resolutions of the Mayoral Committee, 15 October 2025. Annexure A1, I have Councillor Pesco.
Speaker, to the left of you is the Tshwane flag hanging, and on it is a logo, Igniting Excellence. But as we look at this report, we must ask ourselves, what exactly are we igniting? Oxford defines ethics as the system of moral principles to determine right from wrong. Yet this report is not a catalyst for excellence. It is a confession of systemic failure. While this administration spins sterling performance narrative, the VF Plus looks at the cold, hard facts. This department is mandated to create an ethical culture, yet it is rotten from within. 6 of its own officials were recently suspended for misconduct. When the ethics police are the ones being investigated, this city's moral compass hasn't just been broken, it has been smashed in contempt. Let us address the 14.4 billion elephant in the room. It began at 14 billion in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And forensics investigations have since uncovered another 1.4 billion in previously undeclared waste. This is a monumental mismanagement. Section 195 of the Constitution mandates that public administration must be accountable for transparency. Instead, we see a toxic culture of absence. Departments like the regional operations fail to submit plans, while energy and electricity didn't even bother to attend critical oversight meetings. Speaker, the primary mandate under Section 152 of the Constitution requires a democratic and accountable government for local communities. You cannot claim to lead by an example when your own house is in shambles. The VF Plus demands real consequences. Stop the spin, stop the waste, start being accountable to the people we serve. I thank you.
Thank you very much. A1. A1. 2, 3. Who's calling? Yes, what are you standing on?
Chair, it's on report, Annexure A, Report 1, the one where Councillor Pasca just spoke. I also have my hand up to speak on that item, Chair.
But, Councillor, you are not on item 1. You are not speaking on item now. In terms of this list, you are not on item 1. Hence, I'm moving. The next speaker is on item 5, not on item 1. I'm done with item 1. Thank you. 4. Yet on item 5, then I've got Councillor van Rensbeck.
Speaker, I'm referring to HCT report, and once again, we are non-compliant with MFMA. Firstly, we are referring to section 52. An accounting officer must ensure accurate, timely reporting and performance and financial results. This is not done at HCT. Secondly, the financial performance of HCT raises clear concerns. Thirdly, the report reflects that the weak internal control and governance, including vacancies in key posts, are still not filled. This is a direct breach of section 62.1 of the MFMA. Fourthly, the slow implementation of projects and maintenance backlogs point out failures in supply chain, which means we are non-compliant with section 112 of MFMA. Fifthly, and most concerning, is the lack of consequence management. The MFMA is clear under section 171. Officials who deliberately, negligently fail to comply the act must face disciplinary action. Let me rephrase it for you. Officials who fails must have disciplinary actions. Yet, the quarter after, some failures repeat themselves with no evidence of any accountability. This is not only governance failure, it is a legal failure. Therefore, we call for the MFMA compliance review of HCT, strengthening internal controls and leadership stability, a credible financial recovery plan, clear consequent management and repeated non-performance, and stronger shareholder oversight from the city. We are therefore voting against this report.
Thank you very much. A5. A6, Councillor van Rensbeck.
Speaker, this is an administrative error. 6 and 9 is not my reports. You can just waive those two. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. 6, 7, 8, 9. Then item 10, I've got Councillor Noji and Councillor Mayor, DA and FF Plus on item 10. Councillor H. Noji. Press once.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, the purpose of this report is to seek approval for the expropriation of a portion of the farm Nooit Gedacht intended for a servitude. The servitude will consist of an underground stormwater pipeline. The stormwater pipeline is required for a human settlements development in Ward 22, Mabopane, and more specifically to discharge the stormwater in that area, which is currently flooding private property after each and every rainstorm. The DA supports the fact that the issue with the stormwater in this area is to be urgently addressed and resolved, because the residents of Ward 22 cannot suffer damages during every rainy season. However, Speaker, the DA is really concerned about the following. 1, the planned construction site falls within a wetland. 2, an environmental impact assessment
is required and still outstanding. See page 89 of the report. The DA stands for protection and conservation of the environment. It is because of this reason that we are really concerned about the fact that the mayoral committee has failed to consider the issues with regards to the wetlands and the outstanding impact assessment. Speaker, I appeal to the Mayor and the MMC for Corporate and Shared Services to urgently revisit this report because the Council has a responsibility to look after the environment in Tshwane, as a healthy environment in Tshwane forms part of our children's and grandchildren's inheritance. Speaker, one right cannot fix two wrongs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A10. Honorable Councillors, now we have disposed of Annexure A. Yes, Councillor Erasmus.
Speaker, on the list, Councillor Mayor is still on your list on item 10.
Oh, my apologies. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus believes this report seeks to rubber stamp the mayoral committee decision on the expropriation of the mentioned portion of land. And the way it is handled is unlawful. Firstly, the Municipal Finance Management Act. Section 19.2 says that before a municipality starts a capital project, the council must approve it by resolution after looking at cost, benefits and alternatives. Section 15 says no money may be spent unless it is approved in the budget by the council. Here the mayoral committee tries to unlawfully take over the powers of the council. That is against the MFMA. The mayoral committee cannot approve expropriation or spending. Only the council can. Secondly, we look at the Constitution. Section 25.2 says property can only be expropriated for a public purpose or in the public interest and only with just and equitable compensation. And this power must be used by a proper authority. The mayoral committee is not such an authority. By trying to act here, it encroaches on powers of council and acts outside the law. Thirdly, we look at the Expropriation Act. Section 2.1 of the Act says only the Minister of Public Works or another authorized organ of state may expropriate property. For municipalities, this means the council resolution must authorize it. The Act also requires notice to the landowner, consultation and proper compensation. None of this is shown in the report, which is a contravention of the law. Fourthly, there is case law that exists which confirms this. Speaker, this is serious. It breaks Section 15 and 19 of the MFMA, it breaks Section 25 of the Constitution, and it breaks the Expropriation Act, as well as the fact that it goes against case law. The mayoral committee cannot unlawfully take over the powers of council. If we allow this, we risk unauthorized expenditure, court challenges, and damage to the city's reputation. Speaker, in conclusion, the Freedom Front Plus stands firmly on the principle that government must act within the law, respect property rights, and uphold the authority of elected councils. For the Freedom Front Plus, this is not negotiable. We cannot and will not accept decisions that trample on the rule of law, undermine democratic accountability, and threaten the rights of property owners. Therefore, in line with our principles, the Freedom Front Plus rejects this resolution outright. In terms of South African law, particularly MFMA and constitutional framework, only the municipal council itself can authorize expropriation of land. The mayoral committee cannot exercise this power on behalf of the council.
Thank you so much. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. A1 resolution of the Mayor Committee, 22nd October 2025. A11. Two, 3, 4. Then on 5, I've got Alderman Sethi. Are you waving? Thank you so much. 5, 6, 7. Thank you so much. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed and annexed A and A1 deferred from the Council meeting of 27 November 2025, we are now moved to Annex A, A1, A2, and A3 submitted for this Council meeting. Resolution of the Special Mayoral Committee, 5th November 2025. A1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then on item 6, on item 6. No. Okay. A6. A6, I've got Councillor van der Spey. Is it the annexer that you want to speak to?
Speaker. Honourable Speaker, today we must ask a difficult but necessary question. Does the Tshwane Economic Development Agency still justify its existence, especially in the city's current financial crisis? TIDA was established in 2006 as a municipal entity to drive economic development, attract investment, promote trade, and support job creation. These are important objectives. No one disputes that. What is in dispute is whether TIDA is delivering sufficient value for the cost to the city and its taxpayers. The city of Tshwane almost entirely funds TIDA. In the 2023-24 financial year, the city transferred approximately 35.5 million rand to TIDA. That is 35.5 million of public money collected from ratepayers who are facing collapsing roads, unreliable electricity, water shortages, and failing sanitation infrastructure. Despite this funding, TIDA remains financially dependent on the city year after year. It has not achieved meaningful financial sustainability. Its own reports acknowledge this ongoing reliance on municipal subsidies. While TIDA regularly reports investment facilitation figures, these are not the same as jobs created, businesses sustained, or services delivered. In fact, reported investment facilitation has declined significantly over time, from over 4 billion rand in 2018-2019 to substantially lower levels in recent years. Even the city leadership has acknowledged this decline. At the same time, key economic development functions are duplicated. The city already has internal departments responsible for economic development, spatial planning, investment facilitation, and stakeholder engagement. TIDA does not operate in a vacuum. It overlaps with existing municipal capacity. We must therefore ask, if the city already employs officials to perform these functions, why are taxpayers also funding a separate entity to do exactly the same work? Speaker, this council cannot ignore context. The city of Tshwane is in severe financial distress. Basic services are under strain. In this environment, every rand must be justified. The question before us is not whether economic development matters. It does. The question is whether TIDA in its current form provides the best use of scarce public funds. Could these functions be internalized, streamlined, and delivered directly by the city at a lower cost and with clearer accountability? Or is TIDA becoming
Thank you very much. A6, A7, 8, item 9, Councillor Spain. 9. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A, we can move to Annexure A1. A1, Resolution of the Mayoral Committee, 19 November 2025. A1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Councillor Spain. Thank you. 9. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A1, we can move to Annexure A2, Resolutions of the Special Mayoral Committee, 3rd December 2025. A2, 1, 2, 3, okay, all right, okay, thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure A2, yes. Yes, Councillor, what are you rising on?
Speaker, my name is on A2 of A2, number 2 and number A31 for speeches.
All right, my apology, I'm looking at the wrong page. Okay, on A1, we've got Councillor Pesco. On A18, we've got Councillor Pesco. It's Councillor Pesco to all of them. Councillor Pesco.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the report before us is a financial autopsy of a department that has stopped managing and started merely surviving. We are asked to approve the shifting of 64 million, but let's be clear, this is not strategic management. This is a desperate scramble to plug holes caused by contractor incompetence and administrative negligence. Money is being spilled or stripped from vital projects like reservoir relining and telemetry, the brain of our water system. Why? Because the city cannot manage its contractors. The report admits that poor performance and expiry contracts have paralyzed our planned upgrades. When a contractor fails, the city should penalize them, not reward the department by hiding unspent money in an emergency bucket. We are moving millions to fix overflowing sewers in Soshanguve and Garankuwa, while the VF Plus agrees that health risks must be stopped. We must ask, why are there emergencies today? There are emergencies because this administration ignored preventative maintenance for years. This is management by disaster. You are robbing the future for our infrastructure to patch and collapse the present. Even the math in this are in shambles. With a 4 million discrepancy in the Hammanskraal figures and future dates that have already passed, it is a copy and paste job and not even a good one. Speaker, the VF Plus will not celebrate vermins and that are symptoms of a broken supply chain. We are not a professional service if we cannot keep our contractors on site and our sewers underground. Stop managing disaster. Start managing by accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say on this annexure, we don't have annexure 1.8. We don't have annexure 1.9. So I don't know how did it end up in this list. Then the next speaker on item 2 is Councillor Pesco. You are written twice here on item 1, which is you just spoke to. Then there's item 2 that you're also speaking on, and item A31, you also speak on that one. So can you go to A2 too?
Speaker, today we are presented with a report from the Roads and Transport Department that is not routine optimization of 290 million rand. It is a blueprint for fiscal lawlessness. Beneath the bureaucracy jargon lies a calculated attempt to bypass the MFMA and the Division of Revenue Act. The CFO declares a red flag. He said explicitly, these funds, specifically from the USDG and the ISUPG, are legally ring-fenced for informal settlement upgrades. Illegal diversion, the CFO stated that moving this money to projects like Garsfontein Road cannot be permitted. The social cost by ignoring this warning, Tshwane is effectively robbing the poorest residents in Nkangala and Mabupan to fund a high-capacity road project. This report is also riddled with incompetence. We see duplicated paragraph numbering and a massive audit gap where 3 million rand for road rehabilitation simply vanishes from the final recommendations. Furthermore, there is a corruption gap of 7.3 million rand that is entirely unaccounted for. How can council trust a department that fails at basic arithmetic? Speaker, MACO's delegated authority is not a license to bypass the law. As this council, we are ultimately oversight body. We cannot condone irregularities that our own CFO has labelled as not permitted. Council must reject this report. We cannot be a city that breaks the law to facilitate non-compliance. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's then A2. Let's then move, Honourable Councillors, now that we have disposed the Annexure A2, we can move to Annexure A3. A3, Resolution of the Special Mayoral Committee, 19 December 2025. On this item, I've got Councillor Pesco. Go ahead, Councillor Pesco.
Waiving, thank you.
Thank you very much. A31. Thank you so much. Councillors, now is 12:36. We are going to break for lunch. You come back at you come back at 13:45. Can we go for lunch? So anifuni lunch. Oh, okay, all right. Thank you very much. MMC Ramabudi, your hand is up. And Councillor Makale, the problem yako, you speak before I appoint you. You must learn to be quiet, then I'll point you. MMC Ramabudu, then Councillor Makalane after that. Go ahead, MMC. Press once, please.
I'm doing that. Yeah, no, thanks, Speaker, and also for complying. We are not the same. So, Makalane, you will come after me. I think we must proceed, Speaker, unless if on your side you need a food or break, we can arrange something quickly. Our intention is to finish this agenda, and I think we must work together to achieve that. And we've been working very well. I think if we can go with this pace, before 2 o'clock we can be out of here. That's my suggestion. I know that this is one of the things that must be managed by the whips, but we are just trying to take advantage of this time and try to move faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Makalane. Then I understand that the Chief Whip raised the hand as well. If I'm correct, Councillor Makalane?
No, I can speak.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Press your mic, sir, or you didn't raise your hand. All right, thank you very much. I will now, the reports of the Oversight and Standing Committee reporting direct to Council. Honorable Councillors, I will now call on the Chair of Chairs to submit to Council the reports emanating from the Section 79 Committee for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Her Worship, the Executive Mayor, Umama Dr. Nasipi, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Tata Umdise, Honorable Chief Kekane and his entourage, Honorable Chief Matangu and his entourage. Honorable Speaker, can I be protected from this boomba who's making noise on the other side, please? The boomba knows himself. He's making noise. I cannot be respecting you for 4 hours, then when I'm about to speak, then you start making noise. Ankulum now macrospan. Betty Sandra Pesgwesinye, Pagaman Sibes Bombu, Nebawakekana, Betty Sandra Pesgwesinye. Unosoga Kwaleso Luisela, Unyagalo, Ingomana Pumab, Gi Bawasi Ninkhelepe, Babetu. Members of the Mayoral Committee, leaders of the Executive or Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Honorable Mashola, Chairpersons of the Section 79 Committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, officials, members of the media, esteemed City of Tshwane residents, and the public. Honorable Speaker, it is my pleasure to resubmit to Council reports from the following Section 79 committees for consideration, as well as Annexures P and P1 for cognizance and
Point of correction, Chair of Chairs. You are not resubmitting. You only submitted one report of MPEG last week. So you are actually submitting the report, not resubmitting. Thank you.
My apologies, Speaker. Wangfake tagain, Speaker. Ungfake ngapaske pese kichimago. Yeah. You know, this is the second council in Shalala, so Gipazamile ngati ri. Marayo ris ngamsu samsinyana. Abo wabakora wonda bezitala. Pumba, sizokamba sinawe sokulung sokunengi ngale. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that. My sincere apologies. Public Accounts, the 7th of November 2025, Community and Social Development Service from the meeting of the 21st October 2025, Health from the meeting of 21st October 2025, Community Safety 21st of October and the 7th of November 2025,
Roads and Transport, the 11th of November 2025. Corporate and Shared Services, the meeting set on the 6th of November 2025. Integrated Development Planning on the 11th of November 2025. Utility Services on the 6th of November 2025. So, on the geographical names on the 13th of November 2025. Housing and Human Settlements on the 11th of November 2025. Public Accounts on the 16th of January 2026. Honorable Speaker, the reports are tabled. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Item A, can you hear me? All right. From the Special Section 79A Standard Committee, Public Accounts, 7th November 2025. Office of the Speaker, Oversight Report on Irregular Expenditure for the fourth quarter, 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 5 to page 74. Recommendations are on 16. And on this item, I've got Councillor Randall from DA. You have 3 minutes now.
Thank you so much, Speaker. The amount involved in irregular expenditure can be described as a perfect storm of bad governance and lack of political will to prosecute, resulting in pervasive corruption and systemic fragility. Speaker, you know bad governance is like rain. It falls on everyone. But I want to zoom in on one of the 6 irregular expenditure cases in the fourth quarter report for 24-25. The leasing of the Middestad buildings with a contract awarded to SKG Africa, based in East London. The request and approval for deviation did not meet the requirements of Section 36 of the MFMA, resulting in irregular expenditure. SKG Africa, a company whose owner, Mr. Jean Duplessis, also known as the Marcus Uester of Property, has been found guilty of using smaller black companies as fronts. From there the term fronting. A company being investigated by the NPA, the Public Protector and the SIU. But Tshwane sees no problem in doing business with this company, and I wonder why. You see, Speaker, when your threshold for humiliation is deliberately and strategically set so low, it becomes impossible for government to do anything about corruption. Those who have stood by and allowed corruption to happen whilst they had the power to stop it are equally guilty as those who perpetrated the crime. But the DA has solutions, a shift from broad-based black economic empowerment to boost black ownership on the JSE, currently below 5%, whilst addressing alarming unemployment figures. So instead of primarily benefiting a small connected elite, the shift needs to be to promote broad economic inclusion for all. Then the Marcus Uesters of this world will not be abusing our smaller black companies to further enrich themselves. But then these companies will be afforded opportunities to grow, create jobs, and be encouraged to strive for operational excellence and risk-taking. So, Speaker, I think we need to hit the reset button, follow the Constitution, and change the current flawed procurement system so that it works for the people and not just for the elite. I thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, Kuluman Nampe. Item 2, Group Finance Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in-year financial report, monthly budget statement for the period ending 31st August 2025. This report is on page 75 to page 118. Recommendations are on 8.1. As recommended. 3, Group Financial Services, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act, 2003, Act 56 of 2003, in-year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for the period ending 30th September 2025. This report is on page 119. to page 168. The recommendations are on page 125. As recommended, Group Finance Service Department, Bulk Service, ESCOM and Water Borders Monthly Report 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 169 to 175. Recommendations are on 175 as recommended. 5. Group Financial Services Department, Creditors and Age Analysis as at the 30th June 2025 for the city. This report is on page 176 to 183. Recommendations are on 183 as recommended. 6. Office of the Speaker, the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, MPEC, Consolidated First Quarter Performance Report for the period 1 July 2025 to 30th September 2025. This report is on page 184 to page 190. Recommendations are on 190 as recommended. Office of the Chief Whip, item 7. Office of the Chief Whip Department, a report on declaration forms completed or updated by councillors for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 191 to 196. Recommendations are on 196 as recommended. Item B, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community and Social Development Services, 21st October 2025. Item 1, Office of the Speaker, Annual Report of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community and Social Development Services for the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 5 to 60. Recommendations are on 26 as recommended. 2, Community and Social Development Services Department, the report on CSDS facilities which are leased and their revenue and financial gains. This report is on page 61 to 67. Recommendations are on 66 as recommended. As recommended. Item 3, Community and Social Development Services Department report on grants received by CSDS and details breakdown for financial year 2024-2025 and 2025-2026. This report is on page 68 to 69. Recommendations are on 69 as recommended. 4, Social Development and Strategic Interest Groups report on early childhood development centers supported by the department, at least of all ECDs, breakdown of funds, outlining the working relationship with Department of Education to Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community and Social Development Services Department. This report is on page 70 to page 78. Recommendations are on page 77 as recommended. Item 5, Social Development and Strategic Interest Group report on the department intervention and development regarding the number 2 Struppen Street Transit Shelter. This report is on page 79 to page 83. Recommendations are on 83 as recommended. Kuluman Panampel, yeah. Dinbonban is second. Item 6, Community and Social Development Services Department report on the food bank operation strategy and its relationship with the Tshwane fresh products market. This report is on page 84 to 88. Recommendations are on 88 as recommended. Item 7, Community and Social Development Services Department, Arts and Culture and Library Services Division, Museum Maintenance and Budget Allocation. This report is on page 89 to page 99. Recommendations are on page 99. As recommended, Item C, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee held 21 October 2025. 1. Health Department First Quarter Financial Performance Report on the 2025-2026 financial year. Health Department 2025-2026 Business Plan. This report is on page 4 to page 19. Recommendations on page 19 as recommended. 2. Health Department Management Administration Support Report on the repairs and maintenance and occupational health and safety requirements. This report is on page 20 to page 73. Recommendations are on 63 as recommended. Item D, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community Safety, 16 September and 21st October 2025. 1. Office of the Speaker, Annual Performance Report of the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Community Safety for 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 5 to page 71. Recommendations are on page 18. As recommended. 2. Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department. TMPT Bylaw Enforcement and Compliance Report on Bylaw Operation for July and August 2025 per region. This report is on page 72 to 77. Recommendations are on 77 as recommended. 3. Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department. Awareness campaign to educate members of the public on measures and regulations aimed at securing a safety environment. This report is on page 78 to 87. Recommendations are on 87 as recommended. 4. Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department, Traffic Management and Road Safety Report. This report is on page 88 to 100. Recommendations are on 100 as recommended. 5. Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metro Department. Report on crime statistics and trends per region. This report is on page 101 to page 122. Recommendations are on 122. As recommended. 6. Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolis Department, Operational Enforcement Report, Drug Unity, Bylaw Unity. This report is on page 123 to page 129. Recommendations are on 129 as recommended. Item E, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Road and Transport, 11th November 2025. 1. Office of the Speaker, report on the inspection in loco of the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Road and Transport to construction site of Waterboom Intermodal Facility. This report, it's on page 5 to 10. Recommendations are on 10. On this item, I've got Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Jacobs.
Speaking on this matter. Speaker, the Freedom from Plus calls for accountability on the Wonderboom intermodal facility delays. By the time it opens, it will already need maintenance. 6 years, 125 million, still no operational facility. The Freedom from Plus expresses grave concern over the continued delays in the completion and opening of the Wonderboom intermodal facility. Despite the 125 million already spent, the facility remains non-operational, leaving residents frustrated and undeserved. During inspections conducted on the 14th of October 2025 and the 11th of November 2025, the Section 79 Oversight Committee found that no progress had been made since its last oversight visit 14 months ago. The department continues to provide excuses
despite the fact that the project was originally scheduled for completion in 2022. The committee has resolved that the facility must be fully operational and open to the public by the 1st of February 2026. Should this deadline not be met, the contracted construction company, TCT, must face disciplinary action, fines, charges, and possibly blacklisting for incompetence, non-compliance, and breach of contract. In conclusion, the Freedom Fund Plus emphasizes that the city can no longer afford to award contracts to contractors who fail to deliver. Residents' trust in governance depends on transparency, accountability, and the timely completion of projects that directly impact their quality of life. The Freedom Fund Plus will continue to monitor progress closely and ensure that residents' interests remain at the forefront. The time for excuses is over, and the time for delivery is now. I thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended, to Regional Operation and Coordination Department report on measures implemented to deal with potholes, backlog, and road maintenance across the city. This report is on page 11 to page 28. Recommendations are on page 20 as recommended. F, from the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Corporate and Shared Services, 6 November 2025. Item 1, Group Human Capital Management Department, Human Capital Management, a report on filling of critical vacant positions. This report is on page 4 to page 9. Recommendations are on 9 as recommended. 2, Governance and Support Services Group Property Department. This report is on page 10 to 56 to 57. Recommendations are on 12 as recommended. Item 3, Group Property Department, Property Asset Management and Advisory Services Division, report on a free lease application workshop. This report is on page 58 to 69. Recommendations are on page 69. And on this item, I've got Councillor Anima Ray Spang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight a serious weakness in how the City of Tshwane manages its property portfolio. A weakness that costs us revenue, invites fraud, and treats our communities as if they must do the administration's job for it. The Group Property Department has no up-to-date database of municipal properties that are ready or suitable for leasing that is available to the public or to themselves. Instead, the department waits for members of the public or prospective tenants to identify vacant land or buildings themselves and then bring a proposal to the city. Only at that point does the lengthy investigation begin. Title deed checks, zoning verification, consultations with other departments to see whether the property is actually needed for basic municipal services. This is a backwards process, Mr. Speaker. It is inefficient, it is opaque, and it creates a perfect environment for fraudulent transactions and insider deals. Opportunities are lost, revenue is forgone, and ordinary entrepreneurs are forced to play detective just to do business with their own municipality. The excuse we are given is limited resources and the complexity of investigations. Problems are there to be solved, not to be used as permanent excuses. We already invested millions in sophisticated financial software systems across the administration. There's no reason that I know of why the same digital backbone cannot host a live, accurate property register that is updated in real time. Our people deserve a municipality that works for them, not one that waits for them to do the work on its behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 4, Group Property Department report on the implementation of notarial leases managed by the Group Property Department. This report is on page 70 to 76. Recommendations are on page 76 as recommended. 5, Group Legally and Secretariat Service Department report on increased budget allocation and shortage of staff at municipal courts. This report is on page 77 to 83. Recommendations are on page 79 as recommended. 6, Shared Services Department performance report for shared services, fourth quarter 2024-2025 report. This report is on page 84 to page 155. Recommendations are on page 93. As recommended, item G, from Section 79 Oversight Committee Integrated Development Plan, 11th November 2025. Item 1, Group Financial Service Department, Capital Budget Performance Report as at 3rd November 2025. This report is on page 4 to page 153. Recommendations are on 15. As recommended, item H, I do request that you speak for record purposes, please. From the Convention Section 79 Oversight Committee Community Safety 7th November 2025. 1, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metro Department, Strategic Crime Prevention Quarter 1 of 2025-2026 Cable Theft Operation per region. This report is on page 5 to page 10. Recommendations are on 10 as recommended. 2, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metro Police Department, report on employees' wellness and support. This report is on page 11 to page 15. Recommendations are on 15 as recommended. 3, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metropolitan Police report, financial performance 2025-2026 financial year, quarter 1, Apex and Capex. This report is on page 16 to page 39. Recommendations are on page 39 as recommended. Item 4, Community Safety Department, Tshwane Metro Police Department, report on a state of readiness of the Tshwane Metro Police Department to appoint and train 200 trainees Metro Police officers. This report is on page 40 to 43. Recommendations on 43 as recommended. Office of the Speaker report on the inspection in loco of Section 79 Oversight Committee Community Safety to Emergency Communication Center and Disaster Operations Center. This report is on page 44 to 62. Recommendations are on 49. As recommended. 6, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department. Emergency Services Department monthly media activities for quarter 1, 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 63 to 69. Recommendations are on 69 as recommended. Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department progress report on the performance against SDBIP and business plan for quarter 1, 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 70 to 82. Recommendations are on 82 as recommended. 8, Community Safety Department, Emergency Services Department, feedback on the update of critical vacancies. This report is on page 93 to 96. Recommendations are on line 96 as recommended. 9, Community Safety Department Emergency Services report on the financial performance of the department for financial year 2025-2026 for the period ending 30th September 2025, quarter 1. This report is on page 93 to 96. Recommendations are on 96 as recommended. 10, Community Safety Department Emergency Services, Business Operation, Occupational Health and Safety section. This report is on page 97 to 180. Recommendations are on 100 as recommended. Thank you. From the Section 79 Oversight Committee Utility Services, 6 November 2025. That is item 1. Regional Operation and Coordination report on Hillcrest Swimming Pool. I've got Councillor Jacobs from FF Plus.
Mr. Speaker, the Hillcrest Swimming Pool is the only Olympic-sized swimming pool in the city, and is quite popular amongst the professional and semi-professional swimming community. It is a heated venue and has been the main aquatic sports facility for many years. The venue has hosted world record-breaking events. The upkeep of the facility has drawn much interest from the community and swimming community to assist in the maintenance thereof. The pool currently has leases in place. Speaker, although the Hillcrest Swimming Pool is situated in Region 3, it is very much a city-wide facility, given the standards of the facility. As a flagship facility of the city, it should be allocated a dedicated maintenance budget, as the current regional maintenance budget is not sufficient. Speaker, the Freedom Fund Plus has two concerns. Firstly, the lack of sufficient funding to effect the required seasonal maintenance timeously. Secondly, we are also concerned that any proposed review of the current leases might unnecessarily burden existing leaseholders and unrealistically increase their rent, especially as these leaseholders have been assisting in maintaining the facility. In conclusion, we urge the relevant department responsible for the Hillcrest swimming pool, in terms of the IDP, to review the existing business funding model and explore possible ways to include public-private partnerships or partner through the city's Community Upliftment Precinct program. The Freedom Fund Plus, together with Utilities Portfolio, advocates for a dedicated budget for the upgrade and maintenance of the Hillcrest swimming pool. The Freedom Fund Plus supports the recommendations in this report. Thank you.
As recommended. Item 2, a Regional Operation and Coordination Department, status of the road that needs surfacing in the regions. This report is on page 10 to page 22. Recommendations are on 14 as recommended. 3, Energy and Electricity Department. Energy and Electricity Business Unit, Section 79 Oversight Committee report on quality of service and supply for the electricity distribution network. This report is on page 23 to 37. Recommendations are on 37. On this item, I've got Councillor Lex Middelburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the introduction to the report, it is stated that it pertains to November 2022. Let me say that again, November 2022. Even if the reference to 2022 was an error, it is obviously the kind of error that originates from a don't-care attitude of a disinterested official who is simply rinsing and repeating old reports to fob off equally disinterested and inattentive councillors, none of whom seems to have picked up on the eye-glaring discrepancy. Even if the report is current, and we cannot establish that from the rest of the contents because everything is so vague in there, then the data is still meaningless to us 6 months after the fact. Nowhere is there a discussion of comparative data of preceding months, leaving the reader with no context to evaluate. There is a bar graph comparing causes of electricity outages, but it doesn't define the causes. For instance, what is the difference between an outage caused by theft against an outage caused by vandalism? And why is that distinction valid? Or between vandalism and just outages caused by damage? Why? But the best one is repairs. What on earth is an outage caused by a repair? Repairs are supposed to fix outages, and if our staff are so incapable that they do more harm than good by their attentions, then better they don't touch our infrastructure. But we don't know this because it is not defined, and without knowing, we can make no sense of this report whatsoever. Nowhere in the minutes is there any discussion or query by the Oversight Committee of the date or the inadequate data. I don't think the members of that committee could be bothered in the least bit to read their own reports or to show some respect to the voters by at least preparing for oversight meetings. To that point, I went back to the end of 2022 to look for similar quality of supply reports to compare the extent of copy-pasting, only to find that no such report on quality and service and supply seems to have been on the agenda throughout 2023 and not in 2024 either. Given our dire electricity supply situation, I would have expected the quality of supply report to serve every month on an ongoing basis with critical analysis and an input from the committee. However, nobody on that committee seems to be bothered by the situation in the least bit, given that about half of their oversight meetings are cancelled and the other seems to have been mostly just 3 nondescript items on their agendas. The big parties, caucuses, had better pull up their socks on the Utilities Oversight Committee. This report needs to be referred back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, as recommended. Item 4, Energy and Electricity Business Unit, report on public lighting performance reporting period, financial year 2025-2026, quarter 1. This report is on page 38 to page 42. Recommendations are on page 42 as recommended. 5, Water and Sanitation Business Unit, quarter 1, SDBIP, performance report including CAPEX spending for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 43 to 54. Recommendations are on 51 as recommended. Item 6, Water and Sanitation Business Unit, Infrastructure Planning and Implementation, report on the City of Tshwane Pipe Network Replacement. This report is on page 55 to 62. Recommendations are on 62 as recommended. 7, Water and Sanitation Business Unit, Infrastructure Planning and Implementation, report on the calculations of non-revenue water and the measures in place to reduce the non-revenue water for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report, it's on page 63 to page 83. Recommendations are on 83 as recommended. Item 8, Water and Sanitation Unit, Bulk Water and Wastewater Services, report on the City of Tshwane wastewater treatment, work regulations, requirements, and monthly influent discharge quality compliance. This report is on page 84 to page 111. Recommendation on page 111 as recommended. 9, Water and Sanitation Business Unit, Bulk and Wastewater Services, City of Tshwane Water Quality Report. This report is on page 112 to page 125. Recommendations are on 125 as recommended. 10, Water and Sanitation Unity, Infrastructure Planning and Implementation, CAPEX report on the City of Tshwane, Sunderland Ridge Wastewater Treatment Plant. This report is on page 126 to page 129. Recommendations are on 129 as recommended. 11. Energy and Electricity Business Unit Quarter 1 Performance Revenue Report for 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 130 to 195. Recommendations are on 195 as recommended. 12. Energy and Electricity Business Unit Business Plan for the current financial year 2025-2026. This report is on page 196 to 200. Recommendations are on 200 as recommended. Item J. From Section 79, Standing Committee to Geographical Names, 13 November 2025. 1. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of a name to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Creative Literature Phase 6. This report is on page 4 to page 13. Recommendations are on 8 as recommended. 2. Economic Development Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of name to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Geography, Phase 5. This report is on page 14 to page 24. Recommendations are on 18 as recommended. 3. Economic Development Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of names populated the Geographical Names Bank, Health and Safety Phase 2. This report is on page 25 and to 35. The recommendations are on 29 as recommended. 4. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of name to populate the Geographical Names Bank, Inspirational Words, Phase 6. This report is 36 from 36 to 46. Recommendations are on 40 as recommended. 5. Economic Development and Special Planning Department, City Planning and Development Division. Approval of names populate the Geographical Names Bank, Legal Terms Phase 3. This report is on page 47 to 57. Recommendations are on 51 as recommended. Item K. The meeting of the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Housing and Human Settlement, 11th November 2025. 1. Human Settlement Department, Human Settlement Grants Expenditure Report for 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 4 to page 11. Recommendations are on page 11. On this item, I've got Councillor van Rensbeck. You have 3 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, on the surface, this appears to be a positive outcome. However, an oversight body like this Council must interrogate what lies beneath these figures. The same report highlights systematic failures, chronic contractor and consultant underperformance, delayed payments by the city, abandonment of sites, severe capacity shortages within the department, and ongoing procurement delay. Speaker, these are not minor administrative issues. It represents direct breaches of the MFMA. MFMA 6.52E requires the accounting officer to ensure that all contractual obligations are settled within 30 days. This was never done. MFMA 62.1C requires the municipality to maintain effective and transparent system financial risk management. This was also not done. Speaker, the MFMA needs to have a full compliance on this project by the Human Settlements Department for grant-funded project, strict enforcement of payment timelines, strengthening department capacity, and an urgent appointment of qualified project managers a quarterly report to Council with all conditional grant projects, including red flag items and risks. The VF Plus and all its members votes against this report.
Thank you very much. As recommended, item 2, Housing Company Tshwane, report on the Chantel Social House project managed by Housing Company Tshwane. This report is on page 12 to page 18. Recommendations are on 18. Councillor van Rensburg.
Speaker, once again, we are approving the amount of 118 million rand that was spent on houses that people can't live in. How can this council even consider to approve such an amount of money for nothing? This city is approving not only taking away the responsibility of people to have a house and having their own shelter, they are also breaching MFMA Section 65. They are also breaching Section A 110. No funding, overspending. Once again, VF Plus and all their members are voting against this report.
As recommended, item 3, Housing Company Tshwane report on the termination of contract magic labor management by Housing Company Tshwane. This report is on page 19 to page 22. Recommendations are on 22. Councillor van Rensburg.
Speaker, I will not waste my taxpayers' money in any way, and therefore we have to vote against this, and there must be serious changes done in the Human Settlements Department. We are once again paying for houses that doesn't exist. We are once again breaking MFMA Section 65(2)(e), failure to pay contractors within 30 days. MFMA 62(1)(c), failure to maintain effective financial risk management. We are paying for houses that doesn't exist. MFMA Chapter 11, supply chain and contract manager failures. No proper managed contracts. Performance management are not done. No penalties are paid to contractors that don't perform. The VF Plus and all the members are voting against this report.
As recommended, item 4, Human Settlement Department report on the performance of service provider for the 2024-2025 financial year. This report is on page 23 to 33. Recommendations are on 33. Councillor van Rensburg.
Speaker, the key areas identified is ones that the contract is not legal, there are constant contract delays, persistent delays on milestones that are not met. When are you going to implement to just get new contract managers that can actually do the work and build the houses? We are non-compliant with MFMA, the VF Plus, and all the councillors are voting against this report.
As recommended. Yes, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, I didn't want to comment, but you are doing disservice to you and the family that you represent, Councillor Leno, because people have access to this YouTube thing. When they look at you and learn that you participated in the committee, and we resolved in the committee, and when you come to council, sometimes in the committee you don't even make sense. We try to teach you how we deal with Section 62 and other things. Therefore, if there's no money to honor the 30 days, yes, we agree that it's wrong in terms of National Treasury demands. But what then do? Do you call up service delivery? You don't do that. We have discussed, deliberated on these matters in the committee, and you come here and you say you're voting them down. What do you call the thing? Ah, that's craziness. There's wellness. Who deals with wellness here? There's somebody, there's a client there that needs wellness. Because we deliberate, we sit with you, we attend all the meetings. Just to explain, take you through what are the financials, what are the non-financial performance. We explain, we even agree when we get out of the committee. Or is this about performance measure? That as a councillor, you've spoken 3 times. No, you are doing injustice to what the committee is all about. Yeah, where's Benjamin Disola? I must unleash Benjamin on you. Commissar Benjamin Disola. Where's Councillor Benjamin? He must be unleashed on you. Because when he fights with you in the committee, I defend you. Nkapu, where's Nkapu? Nkapu, we must unleash Disola and own Councillor Lino. So that the arguments can take 3 hours.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Leader of the Executive. Councillor Ace.
Speaker, just a couple of points of orders here. Number one, the MMC can't close the debate on a Section 79 report. If he wasn't on the speaker's list, he can't speak. Number two, Speaker, there was a threat on the Council of the
Point
Freedom
of order.
Fund
Just
now.
hold on, Councillor Ace. Just hold on.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm done speaking. What is he talking on which item? Do I raise my hand?
I'm calling a point of order.
On what? I'm done.
Speaker?
I'm done, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Speaker,
Yes,
you
Councillor
politely asked us to not interrupt the meeting, so I waited until the MMC was done in order to fill your request. In any case, number two, there was just a threat made to a councillor in this chamber. And I think that should either be withdrawn, and if it's not withdrawn, refer to the Section 79 rules and orders. And then the last thing is, when you are a party that is not in majority, it happens in Section 79 committees that a report passed that you might not agree with because you do not have the numbers. You then have the right to come to the You then have the right to come to council and state your case before that report is passed. That cannot be taken away from any councillor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I don't think it's the wrong thing. I'm standing to be corrected to say I'm going to unleash. There is no threat there. There is no threat there. So I would say, Councillor Ace, that is not allowed. There is no threat here. I'm not allowing what you are saying. We don't have any threat here. And the councillor didn't raise any feeling of being threatened. So, thank you so much. Then, item 5. Human Settlement Department Progress Report on Consequence Management and Financial Implication for Construction, for Water and Server, Reticulation for the connection of 788 stands in Refill Extension 7. Councillor van Rensbeck.
The day that the MMC is in agreement with me will be the day that we will see driving out of here many new houses that was built by the city. That day we will be in agreement. So you are even acknowledging the fact that these things are non-compliant, but what are you doing to change it? While you are there.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can you please not address the MMC? Speak on your speech. Don't address the MMC. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm referring to the water tower that was built in Refilwe. And this water tower is ready and it just has to be commissioned, but for some reason, we are not sure if it's because of water tankers, this water tanker is not commissioned. Therefore, the Freedom Fund Plus calls its council to ensure that the group legal services provides a clear time-bound plan for the recovery of losses for the money spent already on this tower.
We support the withholding of the contractor's retention as part of the consequence management. Prioritize the funding for the appointing of replacement of contractor during the budget adjustment process. Intervene urgently to secure municipal assets that is safe. Speaker, service delivery cannot be a slogan. It must be a commitment backed by action, accountability, and proper financial planning. The residents of Refilo Extension 7 deserve nothing less. The VF Plus and all its members vote against this report.
Thank you very much. As recommended, we have dealt with item L last week. Resolution by Standing Committee Petitions, Annexure B and B1. Honorable Councillors, you have 30 minutes in total to discuss Annexure B and B1. B, a special section 79 Standing Committee Petitions, 23 October 2025. Office of the Speaker, list of petitions submitted to... Pardon me? Oh, yeah. Thank you. B1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Honorable Councillors, now that we have disposed of Annexure B, we can move to Annexure B1. B1, Section 79, Standing Committee Petitions, 2022, January 2025. B11. Questions which notice has been given, questions submitted by councillors in terms of section 10(1)B of the Rules and Orders of the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality, Council meeting 29 January 2026, there is none. Motion of proposals deferred from previous meeting of the 27th November 2025, there is none. New motions. Motion 12, unlawful disciplinary proceedings against a member of staff, Mrs. S. Kruger and G. Von Gordon. The following motion was received from Councillor A.W.F. Mickelberg, seconded by Councillor T. Moshidi. Honorable Councillors, Section 19(2)B and 19(3) of the Rules and Orders provide as follows. The motion or proposal is one in respect of which the decision by judicial or question judicially impending. The motion or proposal would, if passed by contrary to the provision of this rule and orders or any other law, or would be impractical. Honorable Councillors, Clause 12 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors further provide, among others, that a councillor may not accept as a
as provided by law interfere in the management or administration of any department of the municipal council, unless mandated by council, nor encourage or participate in any conduct which would cause or contribute to the maladministration in the council. Honorable councillors, upon receipt of this motion, my office consulted with the Group Human Capital Department, as this motion was administrative in nature. Following the consultation, it was established that the matter was currently being considered by the bargaining council, and if allowed, would be in the contravention of the rules and orders, including the code of conduct for councillors, as this motion was submitted by a serving councillor of the city of Tshwane. In light of this above explanation, I therefore disallow this motion in terms of section 19.2b and 19.3 of the rules and orders, read with the code of conduct of councillors. So the motion is disallowed. Councillor Mickelbeck.
Mr. Speaker, with due respect, you obviously sought advice, I see, from the same department that is involved in this whole process. And your advice, quite simply, is wrong. This is a way to end litigation. It does not interfere in the merits of litigation. It seeks a way to end it. And we always have the right to enter into litigation by decision of council, or to defend litigation by decision of council, or to end litigation by a decision of council. Right. So if in future you've now made a ruling which is unacceptable, but I really would appreciate it, because you've received this motion a month ago, if you let us know, as people who, or councillors who submit motions, that you are going into that investigations, and give us an opportunity and a right of reply, because this is simply wrong. It means that council is refusing to do its work. We cannot come to council after a month of waiting and then be informed, oh, at the end of the meeting, sorry, I'm going to disallow this. Unacceptable.
Thank you very much. Let me put it this way. The motion was submitted to my office to be tabled in the council. Then there is no decision that I can take outside the council to say this is the position that I'm taking on this motion. As we have indicated that this is still on the bargaining council, then this council is not allowed to discuss that. So we are not discussing it, and I'm standing with the position or with the ruling that I've made. Thank you very much. And then, honorable councillors, are there any petitions? Okay. Leader of the executive, and who else? Okay. Let's start with the leader of the executive.
Yeah, Speaker, you've dealt with the motion and you've made your ruling. But I think it's important that we engage collectively as council. That for us to enter labor issues through council, it's a bad expedition on our part. And we are opening a can of worms that will not even manage. There are forums that deals with grievances that Councillor Lex is raising. They might be valid, they might have a point, but council, if it delves in this expedition, it's an unretenable situation that we can afford. If 100 workers have an issue, and we were to reverse that decision that other forums take through council, I'm saying it's going to be difficult. We can't afford to do that. We should allow the process to be finalized. If he wants to inquire, he can engage MMC, corporate and check, city manager, they can brief him about the outcomes of all forums about the matter. But to bring it to council and think council can reverse any of the different forums that are established by local government, I'm saying it would be very bad omen that comes from us. And I don't think all of us want to enter that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is the next person? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I also wanted to congratulate you on that ruling. I think that is the correct way to do it. We don't want to set a wrong precedent, because what will happen, all of us will come with different names for different individuals and try and get council resolutions on those labor matters. And what we need to also bear in mind is that there's clear separation of powers. As councillors, there are certain roles that we are expected to perform. There's also roles that the administration must perform, and these two must never overreach on each other. But also, councillors, we have a responsibility to be honest with residents, but as well as employees of the city. We need to be able to tell them the truth, and we also need to respect systems that are in place. There's a reason why we do have the bargaining council. There's a reason why we have all of those that are set out in the law, and we need to respect them. Let us not try and use council to do nefarious things for ourselves. Let us be honest with residents. If someone has got a problem, they are unhappy with the process, explain it to them. If you don't know, ask, but don't come and try and get council to do things that are untoward. It's the wrong precedent, and I'm glad that, Speaker, you have put a stop to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then move on? Okay, Councillor Ramabudu, Councillor Ace. Thank you.
No, thank you, Speaker. The process and the procedure may be wrong, but at some point we need to sit on the table, like MMC Maluleka is saying. The situation that was happening in this municipality before we took over as this progressive administration, where workers were victimized by a young boy, man, a very young boy who spoiled. He even went to an extent of targeting 43 black workers, which we are fighting for now. And at some point, we'll have to get a report from the CM and the MMC to understand what is the situation. No, when people want to make points, at some point, we'll have to come to that discussion. And I think that Middleburg, next time, you know, we were drinking coffee together before we remove the DA. Next time, engage us so that we are able to align on such issues. This is progressive, but processes and procedure, I don't think you got it right. But we'll catch up, don't worry. You remember we removed them with proper planning and a proper agreement. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace.
Speaker, I'm not sure. You made a ruling and then you allowed 1,000 people to still debate on the motion. I'm not sure what rules we are following here, but I'm calling on you to please follow the rules of this council, unless you are enjoying basking in all the congratulatory messages, but this isn't a wedding.
Thank you very much. Let's proceed with our meeting. Honorable Councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders provides for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under the Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders. Office of the Speaker, appointment of the Chairperson of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services, resulting from the easing of office of former Councillor R. Murage of ACDP, PR Councillor in the city of Tshwane. Honorable Councillors, I know that this report has been approved. Thank you very much.
The report is on page 4 to 7. Recommendations are on 6. As recommended, Honourable Councillors, now that this report has been approved, we will now commence with nomination for chairpersons of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services. Honourable Councillors, any nomination? Yes, Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Speaker. I don't know what is the excitement. What excites you? Is it because of the new leadership of the DA? Smaller party in Swan? Speaker. Speaker. Speaker, for the position of the chairperson of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Finance Services, I, Councillor Aaron Maluleka, hereby nominate Councillor Zwane for the chairperson of the Section 79 Oversight Group Finance Services. The second is
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, councillors. Can we proceed? Thank you. I, Councillor Aaron Malulega, hereby nominate Councillor Zwane Zianda for the position of Chairperson of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services. The proposal is signed, and the seconder, Councillor Siabelo Marushane, seconded the nomination and signed. May I then ask Councillor Zwane, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, I do accept the nomination.
Thank you so much. Honorable councillors, any further nominations? Yes, Councillor Alderwoman Silo.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Lady Soloa, nominate Councillor Benjamin Dusulwane as the chairperson for finance. Thank you. Yes. And it is seconded by Councillor Temba Fosi.
Thank you very much. It seems Alderwoman didn't fill the nomination form, so therefore, I declare Councillor Zwane Zianda as the chairperson of Group Financial Services. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, are there any petitions? Okay, the only thing that we are going to allow on petitions. Sorry, councillors. Councillors, thank you. You only read the heading of the petition, only, not the content. So please take the petition, then allow the councillor to read it, to mention the heading of the petition. Please go ahead, say the heading of the petition.
Thank you. The persistent electricity and water infrastructure failure, network instability, and public and health safety risks in Ward 61 caused by decades of neglect of the infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Where is that petition? Okay, can we have this one? Can you submit your petition there? Go ahead, Alderman. Councillors, we are still in a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Peter Sutton, I have a petition from residents in Ward 78 for resurfacing in Blinkklaar and Firelight Street in Swartkops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other petition? Can I finish this, Councillor Makhalin? I'll come back to you. I'll definitely come back to you. Any other petition? Please raise it so that we can see you. All right. Move your petition. You can start reading your petition.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Please state
Ward
the heading of your
45,
petition.
Ward 45 petition to restore cleanliness, safety and order in the ward by enforcing bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other petition? Yeah, go ahead to read your heading of your petition.
Speaker, yeah, petition from Ward 43 for against a derelict building.
Thank you. Any other petition? Okay, thank you very much. I think that is it. And Councillor Makhalin, what are you standing on? Councillors, please. Councillors of the EFF, may you please take your positions? Please take your seats. Councillor Makhalin.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I was looking at the order of business in terms of Section 8. I thought the petitions were called before the item K of any other business. So unless there was any other mistake in this regard, so that we could avoid this in future.
Yeah, thank you very much for raising that. Yes, I did call the petition, but there was a distraction. Then I just moved on. I forgot that I called petitions. So I was reminded that I called it and it was not submitted. That mistake won't happen again. Thank you so much. Honorable Councillors, as indicated earlier, we are now going to consider the in-committee minutes of 27 November 2025. In terms of Section 93B of the Rules and Orders, read with Section 42 thereof, I now rule that the Council resolve itself into committee for consideration of these minutes of the Council in committee. Honorable Councillors, I will now request the public media services service providers, traditional leaders, and all officials except for the city manager, the group head, office of the speaker, group head, office of the chief whip, the divisional heads, council and committee secretariat services, and the secretariat to leave the council chamber. Kindly note that the live streaming on YouTube will